in the chat going to town. And I really picked up on Roy's comment there. This is going to be a controversial subject. I don't know, Roy. We'll see. Everybody has an opinion, but it seems like the camera makers are definitely on a APS-C kick right now. I think that's good for everybody that's waiting for APS-C. As you guys know, I do not hate APS-C, and I have no influence with Nikon, even though some people have sent me comments as if I do. And I don't wish Nikon to not make a Pro DX body. I just would rather it come maybe next after the filling up the lineup in the full frame, or not filling it up, but at least giving us another camera in the full frame segment. So, all right. That said, let me say hi to everybody that's in here right now. I know James, you're in here. Albert, good to see you, buddy. We had a chat in email earlier this morning. Long Rider, good to see you, buddy. Ray, nice to see you in here. And if I didn't mention, Gustavo's in here. Good. And let's see who else real quick. You guys can call it out if I've missed anybody. And so we got our some hosts in here. There's an invitation out for some others. Huh? Yaman just jumped in. Good. Mozman's in here. Aloha from the West Coast. All right. Before I go around the horn, introduce you guys, not that any of these folks that are in the chat right now don't know you, but there may be some that are just sitting out there silent that don't know you. I just want to tell everybody that I did send an email to, hang on a second, Jeffrey's changing seats. All right, he's back. I did send an email to Bayou Josh, and he replied, all is okay with him. No health issues or anything like that. His job, they have a contract. I guess they're working right now. He says it's one of the biggest that he's had to work on since they've been there. So it's, taxing him. And this is going to give me an opportunity to say something else along that line. So he's kind of taking a break from YouTube, because you guys know how much content he put out. And with that, I want to say, I don't know that people realize how much time this takes. And I know I've said it before, but when you're producing content for YouTube, it's almost a full-time job in itself. And if you're working a bread and butter full-time job, you have a career in something else that pays the bills, actually, because Lord knows this doesn't. Actually, it costs you money. So anyway, I understand when people say I got to step away for a week or two or three or whatever. And I wish Vahagan was in here, because we just had that chat. He's a full-time photographer, and
man ain't right.
Yeah, it just takes too much. It just takes too much to keep the content going. So anyway, all is well. He said he will be back soon. And for those that are asking, there you go. That's what we know right now. All right. Everybody see Grays of Westminster, their video they dropped this morning. I hope everybody got a chance to see that, because that kind of goes along with what we're going to talk about today as far as APS-C cameras go. That said, let me turn it over. Take keys. Who are you? Where are you? And what do you do?
Oh, yeah, that's it. He doesn't remember.
No, I'm a photographer. I'm a portrait studio outside. I do all kinds of shoot, except for nude and except for birds. I ain't mean to. I'm from North Carolina. So I'm from North Carolina. So that's where I'm at. And I'm Team Fuji. But Chuck, you got me thinking. You might be right. You might be right.
Well,
in between 50-50.
Look, I hope you understand. I'm not trying to convince you to do anything. I'm just saying, I'm just throwing some variables out there. And it's really, this is a good conversation when we get into it with the APS-C,
right?
Because everybody has their own reasons why they want APS-C. It may be price. It might be the extended range or perception of longer, having more focal length based on the APS-C sensor. It could be many things, but anyway, we'll get into that in a minute.
Right.
But I'm glad to have you in here.
You got me thinking.
Hey, Ike, if you want to join us, man, just let me know, and I'll send you a link real quick. I see Ike's in here. Everybody say hi to Ike.
All right.
Oh, I watched
Jeffrey.
that Z30 video clip you sent me, the YouTube clip you sent me.
Yeah, I saw that.
And to be, I had to watch it in 2 parts because I kind of got a headache because man, that person can talk fast.
Miles Man
I
with
had
the
to stop
APS-C
it, walk away,
Studios.
come back, finish it.
So Jeffrey, who are you? Where are you? And what do you do?
Well, I'm in my bedroom / office / Nikon studio here.
Okay.
Whatever. In South Carolina.
Tay, you're going to have to mute, man.
Have a channel called Selective Imagery on YouTube, and Chuck is nice enough to let me join him a couple times a week, and glad to see everybody that we always see in here every Wednesday and Saturday night.
D Moots Photography. Again, who are you? Where are you? What do you do?
Well, my name's David Moots, D Moots Photography on YouTube. I am a wildlife and bird shooter, unlike Tay. But I'm just out of downtown Kansas City on the Kansas side, and have a fairly new YouTube channel going, and really been enjoying being a guest on here, mainly because it's not just wildlife. I like talking with everybody that shoots, no matter what they shoot.
And we've enjoyed you being in here. I extended the invite to Steve Land also. He may be busy, but he may join us as well. And Vahagan will be in here. I talked to him a couple of times yesterday. So he wants to be in here. He just may be wrapped up in something else right now, but I'm sure he's going to join us. And photo me. I can't join. I have to get ready to leave to go shoot an event. Okay, buddy. All right. You know, like I told you, I respect your opinion on all these things like this. And you sent me the email as well with the unboxing of the Z30. And here's a young lady that has 479,000 subscribers. So who am I to say that the Z30 is a bad choice? So
Hey, my video right now is on a Z30.
There you go.
And a little kit lens.
It looks good, man. It looks great. All right. All right, Paul, I see you joined us too. All right. All right, so we got that out of the way. Again, if you saw Gray's video this morning, it's pretty interesting. If you haven't, I suggest you go over there and check it out. Khan's talking about the Z8 rumors and, you know, things that have gone on. He did make one comment that I thought was pretty funny. He was talking about Nikon rumors chiming in like, hey, buddy, this is my turf. Don't anybody invade my, I'll determine what's real and what isn't or something like that. Yeah. That's kind of the way I saw his Nikon rumors comment too. It's like, hey, get out of my cereal bowl here. This is mine.
Yeah. The real rumors come from me, buddy. That's it. Just from me.
So again, you know, I don't have any sources. I speculate. And I've been criticized for that too, because it gets people's hope up. I mean, we're talking about adults here, I thought, you know, and, you know, I'm hurting the community somehow by speculating. But anyway, all right. So the topic today is APS-C, as you saw on the thumbnail. And it's all about there you go, Tay with his Fuji up there. So a lot of people are waiting on APS-C bodies in every camp. Canon just got theirs, the R7. It sounds like it's a nice camera. And I'm sure Steve can't make it. He's at work. I'm sure that Mr. Amar may jump in here or may want to get in here if for whatever reason he's not otherwise occupied to talk about the R7. But anyway, the point is that, you know, I know a lot of people are waiting on the Nikon Pro DX body. I know there's a lot of anticipation for that. We don't have any indication that it's coming, but from Nikon, that is. No rumors, no leaks or anything else. However, we didn't have a lot for the D500. Could this be another one of those moments where it just suddenly appears? I think Nikon has cracked down on their NDAs. I don't think that people are I think people are less willing now to share because maybe Nikon's decided, hey, we're going to squash all this. We're not going to allow this to happen anymore. So that's going to hurt a lot of rumor sites if that's the case. And that may be why we're not getting a lot of information right now via Nikon rumors or anything else. So it's forcing Peter to do a little speculation, which I know he doesn't like to do because he wants to keep his record clean over there as being, the one that actually has the information and can let people know what's going on or whatever. All right. So all that. And now everybody that's waiting on the APS-C Pro body from Nikon chime in. And if you're a Sony shooter, what is Sony having the offering right now? I'll plead ignorance. I don't know for APS-C. What do you anticipate in the Sony camp? We know what Fuji's doing right now. And Tay's in here talking about what he hopes for and trying to decide which camera body in the Fuji lineup he wants to buy. And let's talk about the pros and cons of APS-C. That ought to be interesting. As Roy said earlier, it may get controversial. So, because you're either a lover or a hater, it seems, of APS-C body cameras. That's not everybody, but, the majority have a love or hate relationship with APS-C. All right. Albert. Okay, I see what's going on. Tried to link Albert and Long Rider up to talk about some things. And by the way, we're going to get Albert in here. He's working on his streaming setup right now. We're going to get him in here before long because he's got some more interesting lenses and speed booster stuff that he's doing. I think everybody probably be interested in that. All right. Photo me, Ike. I missed your comment there. Let's go back here. How is Nikon so dumb that they want to destroy the rumor mill that generates hype and interest for Nikon's future product? Yeah, I don't think Nikon's going to do that, Ike. I really think that they're loving this. Everybody said, Nikon, a few people stupidly talked about, Nikon is going to squash this or crack down or whatever, or be angry. Nikon's got to be angry. No, Nikon's got to be happy. It's free advertisement, keeping Nikon relevant in the news. I'm with you, Ike. I think the more the rumor goes around, the more people talk about it, the more Nikon loves it. So
they're laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, absolutely.
They really are. I mean, and even on your channel, Chuck, I mean, it's a Nikon centric channel, but everybody's welcome and we support all the brands. But it's anybody that talks their product is free advertising for them. And if something's controversial, they don't care if it's controversial. It's kind of like, think of it like a Hollywood actor or actress that's not doing too well, and then they do something stupid and their name's in every magazine cover, and it's like they're like, well, bad. I do something bad. It still gets me attention, and that's what I need. I need people to notice me. So Nikon's just going to suck it all in, and they don't have to say a darn thing.
No, absolutely, I agree. I mean, what do you think, David? Is this bad or good for Nikon?
It's definitely good. I mean, every time I get on YouTube here lately, there's something popping up that, some type of rumor about the Z8. So it's good for them. No doubt.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Jeff and Leslie's talking about what I see as a downside of the Canon R7 is 33 megapixels. That's a lot of density. Looking at Flickr and other sites, I'm seeing a whole lot of soft images coming from that camera. So that's what we were talking about in the green room there, Tay. So here's the deal. Talking to Tay, and I threw a hypothetical situation at him. Would he be interested in the Nikon Pro DX body if it had superior specs? I'm not talking about how it actually winds up, photo quality or whatever, but has superior specs and comes in at a cheaper point. And he said, yeah, he would think about that. So I think that just identifies one of the things about APS-C that everybody look for is the cheaper price. The other is for Tay, he's not so much interested, and I'm not going to speak for you, Tay. You get a chance to jump in here and tell us what you think as well. But Tay shoots studio with lights. So is a high density sensor a large megapixel sensor in an APS-C body going to be an issue when shooting in studio? It may not be an issue for those that want to do that. But I agree. I think the high megapixel DX sensors are one of the reasons that people would stay away from APS-C. Not everybody, but what do you guys think?
I'd be interested to see. I noticed it was Jeff and Leslie just commented about the soft photos.
Yeah.
I'm curious about what's the combination of lens and camera there on the R7 that these people are using that they're seeing the soft photos.
Yeah, and if Amar was in here, he'd have gone ballistic on that comment.
Hey, he may sneak in, just mention Leica cameras or something, and he'll pop in.
Yeah, no, Amar would have gone ballistic on that because he's giving that R7 a run for its money right now. And, the results are looking great. So it just depends on what you're shooting to. So anyway, anybody can find a soft spot in any camera and say, okay, here's its weak point, but does it affect what you shoot? So are you buying just to say I won the brand war because my camera has more megapixels than yours, even though the photos look like crap, or are you buying a camera that suits your needs? So that's the big question. And for you, Tay, I understand more megapixels fine with you in a crop sensor because it's not as much there's not as much a downside when you're shooting under lights and things like that.
Right. But my thing is, you got me thinking too. So what if it's not
You got him all squirrely in the brain right now. He's all messed up.
I don't care what I shoot with, as long as my picture come out clean. Anything I can shoot with any kind of camera, so it don't matter. But what if Nikon come out with the same thing Fuji about to come out, and Nikon be cheaper than Fuji, like you said? I get it.
Okay. But let's say it's just $300 cheaper. Would that make enough difference for you to say, I'm going to go buy that body? Because now you gotta change lenses too. And I understand why you would stick with Fuji because you've got you're collecting Fuji mount lenses for your camera.
Right.
So how many lenses would you expect you'd have to buy if you changed brands to Nikon?
It's on one lens I get with the Nikon, and that's the Viltrox 85.
There you go. Okay.
That's all you need.
Yeah. Okay.
Viltrox 85.
Okay. All right. So, that's Tay's point of view. Mozman says he shot his Z9 in DX mode yesterday with the 400 4.5 and the 1.4 TC and was impressed with the results when going through the files. Yeah, it sounds good. I'd love to see some of those. I guess everybody else would too, Moz. Drop, I was going to say drop one in for the photo review Saturday night. But, if you want to drop that one plus whatever photo you'd like to throw in the mix, we'd still like to see something in DX mode on the Z9. I think that would be great. So you guys don't know, Mozman and Vahagam were out shooting the surfing event again yesterday, and Mozman sent a photo. It's already on Facebook, different pages and things. But it is a fantastic photo. He shot it with the 600 f4E. With the Z9, and I got to tell you, that photo, the depth in that photo is just incredible. It almost looks like it's 3D. So, all right, Roy's got to jump in here too. At least APS-C is in micro 4/3. Yeah, I wondered when we were going to hit that point too, micro 4/3. James, can I borrow that 400, please? To Maz. All right. Let's see what Paul's got to say. AP Studios, I have a friend who just sold to Unique Photo his entire inventory of Fuji APS-C, I guess, cameras and lenses to return to Nikon. However, he did not go to the Z. He purchased a new D850. Wow. That's a significant change.
Yeah. D850 is a great camera, though.
It is. It is. No doubt about it.
I like Long Rider's comment. He's blowing up Amar's cell phone.
A Mars microphone just melted, is what Roy said. Oh man. Let's see, 24 megapixel. There we go. 24 megapixels should be the absolute minimum for the next DX body. Well, it sounds like Nikon, they did make a statement that I guess, and I don't have that, I can't quote them, but I'm just parroting what even Gray's had mentioned it, moving away from 24 megapixels. So meaning they're moving up in megapixel, but I wonder if that includes the DX body.
I bet it does. I bet they're going to be in the 30s at least.
Yeah. So that said, since we are Nikon centric, not getting away from you, Tay, or Sony shooters or Canon shooters, what do you want to see in the Nikon DX Pro body? What do you want to see as far as sensor and resolution and features in the Nikon Pro DX body?
I'll tell you what I want to see. I want to see it in the 30 megapixel range, a baby Z9 of sorts. And because what I want to do is put that 400 4.5 on it and get that perceived,
It gives you that typical 600 millimeter, which is the happy point for most photographers. When it comes
and
to wildlife,
that's going to be a lightweight, great shooting package.
So when the 4.5 came out, that was the first thing that came to mind with me. Nikon's doing this in preparation for the Pro DX body because it makes the perfect combination. For $5,000, I'm estimating now or speculating what the DX body will cost, but for about $5,000, the price, let's just say the price of a Z9, you can get the whole deal, 600 millimeter in a body that has high frames per second, great resolution, blah, blah, blah. And that's going to be appealing to a lot of people.
It will. They'll sell a ton of them, those combinations.
That 400 4.5 had APS-C written all over it when it came out. And I'm kind of surprised they didn't come out very shortly thereafter with an APS-C camera to take advantage of what people would be thinking when they came out with the 400 4.5. Not that you can't get, you can still get 600 4.5 if you go in crop mode on your Z9. You're still going to have 19 point something megapixels, but
that's why I say it needs to be up in the 30 range on this sensor.
So here's another question, because everybody's going smaller, lighter, and everything else. And there's always this big debate, and people do reviews and talk about, well, this lens is better because it weighs 3 grams less, a teardrop weight less. So you should get this or whatever. So the D500, as it turns out, wasn't a smaller body. It was just as robust as the D850 and so on and so forth. What do you guys want to see in a DX body? You want to see it on the form factor of the current Z6 and Z7 series, or a little bit more robust?
Well, I want it to be built well, but I want that small camera body. Just because I'm going to put that 400 4.5 on it and keep it as small as possible.
Okay. So I'm not in the market for it. So I can't weigh in here. I'm not going to say.
Yeah, it's going to be a bird camera, I mean, that's what those are used for, birders and wildlife photographers.
That would be an extremely lightweight package for birding, wouldn't it?
It would.
If they stick to the format that they have right now, body format with the Z6 and Z7 series, keep it in that size and weight range with that 400. That would be that's a carrier around birder rig.
Jeff and Leslie just asked a question there to me, but basically, do I think it should be electronic shutter stack sensor? And I that's what I think. I think it needs to be electronic shutter only stack sensor, and just a baby Z9. I think it should. You don't need a shutter especially for wildlife photography. You don't need that.
Yeah. And that's a good point too. What do we think that this thing is going to be? Is it going to be a shutterless? camera?
Well, I think that would be a smart thing to do, because if you're looking at it as being a pro body, I mean, eliminate one of the first things that fails on a camera. Get rid of the mechanical shutter. I mean, that's $300 to $400 when it craps out and you got to replace it. And then if you're not fortunate enough to have a backup camera, then you're screwed. You've got nothing to shoot with. So get rid of the one item that it's going to fail if you're taking a fair amount of photos. And I think it's cheaper for them to do the electronic anyway.
Sure it
is.
So, that's funny you mentioned that, because in Nikon Rumors, not that I'm spending a lot of time over there anymore, because I do get fed up with some of the talking heads over there that are financial advisors to photographers, and determining need versus want, don't want, just need, and whatever. But anyway, they seem to say, a couple of people had mentioned, Nikon's not going to put all this technology into these cameras underneath the Z9. So with shutterless, that means more processing power, right? And they seem to think that maybe that's going to be something that's left for flagship cameras, which is an absurd idea, if you ask me.
There's other ways to cripple the camera some, but I think they're going to need that fast readout electronic shutter only. And because, it's fast enough. It does not have rolling shutter issues. And like I said, most people buying that are going to be wildlife photographers.
Okay, so who's looking for an APS-C body for everything other than birding?
Nobody.
Jay's up there top. He's saying, you guys are leaving me.
Wait a minute, that guy above my finger. That's that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know.
And I love him. I love you, Tay.
How y'all do it though, man? Shooting birds.
Yeah. So Paul's talking about Ted. When we met him down in doing the photo walk, that wasn't. He talked about his Z50, and he loves the camera. He bought the little L plate that goes on it to give you a larger grip. And Ted, you need to jump in here and talk to us about your Z50, man. So I would expect people that are in the APS-C market are those that already have APS-C. And I know, J-Rod, you just said something about yours. Jump over to J-Rod Photography and check out his photos that he's taken with the Z50, birding and otherwise, if you want to see what the APS-C on the Nikon side is doing. But we expect something completely different in the pro body. When I say different, I mean more robust, the more pro features on that body. And are we going to be able to do that? Is Nikon going to be able to do that on a Z6, Z7 frame? I don't know. Or is it going to be smaller? That would be, in my opinion, a bad idea to make the pro body smaller.
You make it too small, and then you got a problem with people with larger hands. Ergonomically, it's going to cause a problem for a certain percentage of the people that shoot. I think the Z6, Z7 body size is decent for most people. And then electronic shutter wise, they won't have any trouble. They do that if you're only talking a camera. It's in the 30 megapixel range. It'll be no problem with speed, and you won't even have to have as much speed because you're not processing as much information with the smaller sensor. So it makes it even easier.
Right. Albert's talking about he has no preference one over the other, and rarely does he even, cross his mind as to what he's going to pick up and shoot or whatever. So I think that's a great attitude to have. It definitely opens up your choices and camera bodies, and but again, this is going to go back to what people shoot. That's going to, I think, drive the train. That in price is what's going to drive the train on how popular this camera is.
Yeah, they priced this thing right. It's gonna. You think the Z9 orders were bad? This will be.
You'll have a 2 year. You'll have a 2 year wait on getting it if they price it right.
Oh yeah, it's going to be crazy if they price it right.
and Jeff talking about he's voiced his opinion on the Z8 and the D500 mirrorless replacement several times. And I think we all have. It's just interesting that all of a sudden APS-C is in the news. I mean, I started to say, is it making a resurgence? I don't think it ever went away. That would have been a bad title for this show. But it's definitely in the news. And I know that only because I'm getting a lot of emails and comments about APS-C. Again, as if I determine what Nikon builds and when. I wish I did, but you guys might not.
Well, back 25 years ago or so, or 20 years ago even, I mean, I did a lot of landscape work and stuff, but I had both a full frame camera and a APS-C. So I liked the APS-C for when I wanted to do wildlife or butterflies or whatever, and I didn't have to buy expensive glass to get the range. So I said, okay, I have that, and then I had my full frame for having that resolution I wanted for landscape photography. So
Right.
at one time I had one of each, and eventually, as time went on and situations changed and my genre shifted a little bit, now I'm pretty much full frame only. But I absolutely have no qualms against APS-C. I had I had one for, probably had an APS-C camera for like 20 years. So, I mean, I have no issue with it. They have their place.
Yeah, they do. And you know what are we talking about though, when we start looking at APS-C images and full frame images, are we talking about pixel peeping causing the big debate?
Well, sure. Because most pictures that are uploaded to Facebook and all that, you're not going to know the difference anyway. It doesn't even matter what manufacturer you're shooting anymore.
So if you're not a professional photographer and you're just shooting for, yourself or whatever, then does it make a difference, what YouTube or what Flickr or what Facebook do to your photos? Because, you can see the difference on your screen, but does it make a difference if that's the only place you're sharing your photos?
No.
Very little, but to some degree. I mean, you start out with a poor image and then it gets uploaded to Facebook and then it becomes worse. So, I mean, if you start out with a better image, it's at least going to be a little better after they get done screwing it up.
Yeah.
Well, the old saying, garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
So,
and that does work. That does work.
But when it's a minute difference, i.e. pixel peeping, I can see it on my screen. If I'm zoomed in 100, 200%, I can definitely see the difference between the two. Then does it really matter if you're just going to upload to, some social media site?
It doesn't matter that much. That's for sure. If at all.
Because a lot of people have done those side by sides. Which camera took this photo? Which camera took that photo? And I can't tell the difference most of the time. And then they have to zoom in to show you the difference. Mm-hmm. Well, again, if I'm just sharing photos, how many people are zooming in at 200% and, looking for artifacts or whatever?
And then the thing is, unless you print enormously large prints, if you someone's printing 8x10s, who cares? I mean, it ain't gonna matter. If you're printing 20x30s or something, then it matters. And that's why you get full frame. You want the resolution to be able to do large prints that you are going to see a difference versus an APS-C camera. But if you're shooting, most people aren't printing 20x30 or larger prints. Most people are doing 5x7s, 8x10s, putting it on their wall. That's all they want. It's not an issue. So it doesn't matter.
And I think you talked about this before too, Jeff. We got Vahagan in here. All right. Hang on just a second, Vahagan. You talked about this when you're printing the images, that hides many flaws, or I can't remember how you articulated it.
Well, the ink bleeds. You don't see that finite differences when you print. It all kind of blends in. You won't see it.
Yeah. Okay. So again, see, here's the battle. This is where we as a community of photographers, we get wrapped around the axles sometimes. Again, taken away, let's just throw art out the window. We're no longer into art as photographers. We're into, specs, and we're into pixel peeping and things like that. And it just gets aggravating. I guess you could say I'm guilty because I don't want a APS-C body right now. So I want a full frame body, but I think I want it for different reasons. I'm not saying Nikon shouldn't buy, as you guys know, and I know I'm beating this horse to death. Nikon shouldn't develop APS-C or deliver APS-C Pro body, but I just don't care for their timing right now. As a company, okay, as a company, not even as an individual photographer. Yes, I would like a Z8 tomorrow, but that's not why I'm saying all these things about what Nikon needs to do with their full frame lineup. I think it's a better strategy for the market right now. But anyway, they know better than I. That's obvious. They have the company and I don't. I just sit here and talk about the company. So, Dave, you see this comment up that Jeff put up?
Yeah, that's the one I responded to earlier. They messaged back saying it was R7 with the 100 to 500 lens, and I jumped on Flickr there for a little bit, and I see what they're saying. There's
Okay.
there's a lot of soft images out there. I don't know how much of that's the photographer, but I do see it. And I've shot that 100 to 500 lens on an R5, and I didn't have any issues with it. It was nice and sharp.
Vahagen.
Check.
Yep, we hear you.
Does this sound normal? What's wrong with
No,
we can hear you pretty good, but good God.
Sound
Yeah,
like
it's
Darth Vader.
Oh, okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm having some technical issues.
All right.
Sound like you're in a Batman movie.
That
Yeah,
never
he's gotta
happens
say,
with
I-
live streaming.
I
There are
am your
never
father.
issues.
I am your father.
We'll let
Hello. How's that?
that sounds perfect. There
Good.
you
Yeah,
are.
you sound you're like your normal self.
All right. So how come this doesn't work now? Hold on.
It's a good thing Amar's not in here. He would say because it's Nikon.
Yeah.
I think it's my cable. How's everybody doing?
Doing good,
Good.
man. Doing
Good.
Doing
good.
great. Doing great.
You've been busy being a beach bum, man. Surfing and all that kind of stuff.
I'm
You're
surprised
just
he ain't getting no team.
Yeah.
Hey, I think we would all chip in a few bucks for you to get a picture of Moz Man on a surfboard for real and get a picture of him. I think we would chip in for that.
Yeah.
Let's do it, Maz.
Hey, brother, that photo that you posted is just outstanding, man. I mean, to me, this is something that resonates with me because that
That was
depth in
dope.
there, the compression, man, it is beautiful.
That was dope right there.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is a $12,000 lens after all. So you get what you pay for, man.
Well,
You do.
yeah, you definitely want to hope you do for certain, and that lens is paying off in big ways, no doubt about it. But it's just a fantastic photo. I love the compression, and it's almost 3D.
Well, the one you saw was with the TC. That's 850 millimeters at 5.6.
Okay, doesn't matter. It's fantastic, man.
Yeah,
It is. I think it is. That's
We had a-
art. That's wall art.
we had a great time. It was kind of hazy, when the atmosphere is not clear, you think your lens is not sharp when you zoom into the
You
subject.
should have got some more picture with that little girl with that Nikon 200.
Oh, you saw that? That was
Yeah.
Wherever she at.
You think your lens is fogging up when you get that atmospheric stuff going on.
Hey, Chuck, my cable's busted, I think.
For
My
your
camera's on, but it's not.
the USB-C cable.
I think so. It's not working.
So
Hold
you
on.
need to be like me. I've got 50 of them here. I'll send you one real quick.
I know I have a few, but I just gotta find them. But yeah, we had a great time. The APS-C, I told you know how I feel about that, Chuck. I had a Z50
Yeah.
and I liked it. I mean, it didn't blow me away for any reason, but it's a good little camera. But that video that Ike sent me with that influencer girl impressed me. The image quality impressed me in that video. So I think he has a point, and good point, Ike.
No, I agree. And I sent back, I think I replied to all. So maybe you saw my reply to him. I said, I agree. I got it. And yes, it definitely has a place. So I want to go back to the only thing I thought was, was it the right time? Could this have waited till the first of next year? But, it is what it is. It's out there. I hope it sells well. And it seems that people are excited about it. You got David. That's what he's on right now, the Z30 with the kit lens. And it looks
Okay,
fantastic.
I didn't know you had that camera. Congratulations. It looks good. Oh, we can't hear him.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry,
Can
I
you?
was muted.
Okay.
I was just checking to see what this thing would do as a basically as just a streaming cam.
It looks good.
Yeah,
It
I'm
actually
I'm
looks
pretty
great.
pleased with it.
Look at the colors.
Yeah.
That's impressive. No, after Ike sent me that video, I kind of realized a few things, I realized that, yeah, it is a good idea. I would have liked to see it $200 less, but it is what it is, $800. And it is a good idea. It's going to drive up revenue for the company.
Yep.
And the better for us guys that like, you know, um, the more expensive stuff because it just drives up R&D money, and
Yep.
so it's a good idea. So nothing against it, and sometimes you realize a few things after the fact, and we're only human.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's going after a different market segment and a different audience, and there's plenty in that audience, and
Wow,
I
you're right.
think it's going to looks like it's going to do well for him. I mean, that young lady that who had that video, everybody who commented on her video, I mean, a good percentage of them said, "Gee, I gotta look into that, or I want to get one of those too." So,
Everybody be careful. Here it comes.
Oh, the man, the myth, the legend.
Hang on a second.
his ears were burning. That's what it was. He heard something. His ears were burning.
I'm actually very impressed with Demuth's video quality. Look at that. Look at the color separation and the skin tones.
It's pretty impressive for a little kit lens.
Do you have it on 30 frames or 60 frames?
I'm on 60.
Okay, look at that. It's fluid.
Yeah.
Like the way that looks. And the purple. What lens box is that back there?
That's the 400 4.5.
Ah, congratulations. Nice. Hey, I see things in here. Hey, Sith Sense, nice to meet you the other day, man. I had a great time. Yeah. I would like to do some of these meetups one day. I would love to meet Amar, man. Sorry, I didn't even know you were in town, dude. I can't hear you. We can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, no audio.
We can't hear you. He having some technical difficulty.
Time to quit, Tamar.
We just don't have our hearing aids turned up. Wait a minute.
I think he's a Nikon shooter. Man, get your Team Fuji, man. Team Fuji. You won't have that problem over there.
I'm selling one of my Fujis. You want it?
What you got?
XH1 with the grip.
How much?
I don't know. Make me an offer.
I'm gonna think about it.
Brand new, almost.
I'm gonna think about it.
I'm also selling a 1430. If anybody that needs a wide lens, Z. But what is that? What language is that, Jasper? What is that? I can't read that.
He needs to switch his keyboard. Talking about a Mars, probably better that you can't hear him.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
We can
We
hear
hear
you
you
now.
Now we
Right.
hear you.
No Nikon shoes.
Muted. I know Chuck had me muted.
Yeah, I have the remote mute switch here.
Yeah.
Oh man,
What's
It's
up,
funny.
brother? Everybody's picking on your R7, man.
Chuck has his
Oh,
own
they were,
satellite. That
and it's funny. Long Rider texts me. He goes, "Hey man, the R7 shots are soft." I'm like, "That's what happens when you use shit lenses. I mean, kit lenses on there. You know, buy some real glass." And you've seen my pictures, you've seen my videos. I've shown you raw files out of it, so that's testament enough. And if you're not able to get a sharp shot with that, you need to go back and start learning photography again, or spend some more money on gear and figure it out.
There you
I'm
go.
sorry, but
There
that's
you
just
go.
how it is, you know.
No, so the whole conversation is really centered around what Canon just did, with the R7, R10, and now Nikon, with the Z30.
Yeah.
We expect there's going to be a Pro DX body like the R7. Nikon's going to.
I hope so.
So here I got in trouble for this too, saying Nikon's going to respond. Nikon's not responding to anything, guys. I don't mean it that way. Canon isn't responding to
No,
anybody.
they have
These
their own
cameras
plan.
have been in development for a long time, and
Right.
and the companies talk to each other. Sony brought that up, talking about how Japanese companies they want success for all of the Japanese companies.
Long
So
Rider
don't
did. Yeah.
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 So don't think that, the Sony did it themselves. One of the execs talked about it, hoping for success for all the companies. Yes, there is some competition, of course, but I think it's more friendly than it is out here in the community. Their
Well,
competition isn't like ours, that's for
Well,
certain.
you talk about soft images on that camera, and the thing is, I bet you a lot of people that are buying that camera maybe have never ever owned a camera. They've just always used a phone, so they're
Yeah,
not
that could
they're
be.
not experienced using a
be.
camera, and they could just have all the settings all screwed up, or they
So-
just don't know how to hold a camera.
Agreed, but there's one piece to the puzzle that no one talks about, right? And when you make a video like that, then people are like, you're just not being cool, right? By making it. It's 32 megapixels, right? No brand has that shit. No brand. I don't care what you say. Even Sony doesn't have it, right? The biggest freaking sensor manufacturer in the world doesn't have it.
Yeah.
32 megapixels, when you upscale that to full frame, is 83 megapixels. Is the amount of resolution on that. When you put a piece of shit in front of it as far as glass, you're going to know in a matter of minutes how good your lens is, right?
Oh yeah.
That 600 f4 is $13,000 for a reason, right? There is a reason for that. So when people tell me my 2 to 600 is just as good as a 600 f4, no, it's not.
No, it's
You
not.
know,
It's not.
no, it is not. It's good for you because that's what your wallet can afford right now, so it feels good. No, it's
Yeah.
just fine.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. And Photo Me Ike made that comment a long time ago. It's good enough.
He's from Richmond. Don't listen to that guy. I met him in Richmond. He's one of my fellow Richmond guys with all the models.
I want to know what Demuth's picture profile is right now. What do you have it on?
On my camera,
On the
Yeah.
Z30, yeah.
it's what I think it's in. It's an automatic. I think.
Okay.
But the profile is, what's the profile in? Is it it's not flat, is it standard or
SD,
think-
NL.
yeah.
I think it's set to standard. I didn't even check. It's straight out of the box.
Wow.
Other than
what lens
other
is that?
than changing it to 4K 60.
What lens is that? The kit lens?
Yeah, it's the little 16 to whatever kit.
Well,
Yeah.
even in this webcam stream, I'm impressed.
Yeah,
I
I mean
just changed mine right now. I don't even know what the heck I picked, but I picked something. Oh, guess what? I can actually touch my screen. There's a concept. Where is the Sony boy?
Something Nikon's been doing for a while.
I know.
just might
Where's that
add.
Sony boy? I don't see the Sony boy in here. Where is he at?
Off
This is standard.
I think I might go to Nikon now.
Oh,
Yeah, I think you should.
Oh, we talked too soon. It said camera
Uh-oh.
too hot. Did you see
The
that?
camera's too hot.
Uh-oh.
Message came
So
Yeah,
up.
I see it.
Did he
So when
overheat
you, Dave, are you in record mode or just bypass, just live?
It's just live.
So you can
Oh.
set.
That's interesting.
All right, it's junk. I don't want
You
it
got the
anymore.
overheating fever over there.
Oh, you know what? Somehow it started recording. I saw my red light flashing.
Okay.
I don't know. I must have hit a button.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, Chuck. That don't look good, man. I don't get that on my Canons. I don't know if I want one of those, man.
And I'm having cable issues today.
You don't
too.
get that on your R10?
No, you know, the funny thing is, I've had this R6 for like a year, and I
Yeah.
keep shooting all this 4K crap with it, and I'm still waiting for that sign to show up. I don't know what these people are doing to get that sign to come up.
It's gonna come. It's gonna come. It's gonna come.
When?
That's weird. Is my video back now?
When they have
Yep.
an R6 Mark III? Maybe.
It's been patient. It's gonna come.
It hasn't happened yet. So I mean, and you know, Chuck, I mean, I've been on live streams with you for what, 4 hours at a time.
Yep.
So it hasn't come on. So if you could,
Are you recording? Are you recording or just in live view mode?
No, he's not recording.
in live view mode? But I have all of the screens and everything on. Maybe I
Right.
shouldn't be
There's a
having
big
that on.
that's the
Yeah,
difference.
I
And
think
that's the
what
reason I
happened
asked Dave if he was in recording mode.
I hit
Oh,
my
maybe I should start recording too.
I hit my button, I believe.
I want to see it melt, man. It's not melting because I want to be like the other YouTubers and destroy my cameras. That's what we get cameras for.
Now,
We'll see what happens.
are you guys using battery or is it plugged into a USB?
Mine's
power?
battery, yeah.
Okay.
I don't have that
I'm plugged in.
Here's an advice for you guys: turn off the display and use the viewfinder.
Yeah,
That'll save
see,
a lot
there-
of
that's what I
battery.
was talking about. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it says to do when you plug into the bottom of it. That turn the display off.
Yep.
And when you put your eye to the viewfinder, well, wait a minute. The Z30 doesn't have a viewfinder, but usually the viewfinder shuts off when your eye is not.
know
I like
what?
that Z30, man. Is that what you're using? Oh,
Yeah.
that's what he's
You know what?
using.
I had my screen flipped out. I wonder if that had something to do with it too.
Oh, focus breathing.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hey, it's just focusing, man. Stop. It's not breathing, but
Nah, I know. It's just a kit lens, man.
I thought I heard heavy breathing.
Yeah, it's weird.
Wasn't there heavy breathing?
just a kit lens.
Like you hear that? Your lens is breathing.
If he move, he gonna be out of focus.
Look at
So you
that. I
gotta
don't
sit
know what's
still.
going on with it.
Hey,
Man,
Dave,
after
if you want to
breathing
really
it-
start up a real craze, if you had some artificial smoke come up, that would have got everybody going.
That would be epic.
nuts.
Yes.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's
did you guys
acting
see
up
Mark-
now.
After
guys see Mark
praising it,
Smith?
it has all these issues.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, so that's the big difference. And when you're in record mode, that processor's working overtime, especially at 4K 60. That
I've
processor.
recorded for like 2.5 hours on the R6 with 4K 60. So maybe they sent me a special. Oh, you know what?
I'll be back.
I do have a battery grip on mine with 2 batteries on the bottom, not in the camera. Maybe that's
Right.
what it is.
So does that help dissipate heat, or
I don't know. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. Well, so
Yeah.
what happened then? When the R5 initially. Now I know they fixed this, so I'm not beating up the R5. Don't jump on me here, Amar. But with the heating issues. So what happened there? If
People
we
got
got it
ice,
right in the
man.
R6,
Yeah.
then
They wanted a camera that they could have on the rocks, and that's what they got, right? On the rocks, like your drink that you have on the rocks with ice in it.
Yeah.
So they wanted to chill it down a little bit, hot drink, chill it down. That's what they wanted. They got that. So 2 years
Well,
later, no
Okay.
issues.
Well,
Hey.
no, I get that, but when they drop the camera, if the R6 performs so well, and I don't know, what does the R6 have for video?
4K 60.
Okay, so 4K 60, which is definitely a burden on any processor in any brand camera, and it didn't overheat. You didn't have any issues with it.
I
But
haven't, but I've got a battery grip, so I got all of my cameras, like even the EOS R, it's right here somewhere. It's up there. Got a grip. I have a grip for every camera, because I've always used the 1D bodies. I can't use it without the grip. So
Yeah.
I've never tried it without the grip with just one battery inside. Maybe that might overheat it.
I don't know. I just wondered. It just seems weird that the R6 didn't have any issues, but then the R5 did. And Charles just said they just basically overrode
They
the.
just removed the safety feature. Correct.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
is correct.
Hey, Chuck.
So this
I got
is the game plan that I think they followed, right? And rightfully so, because it's a marketing thing that we talked about earlier.
yeah.
Did the R5 really have a problem? Not really, right? It was the software, the way it was written, where it was get up to this level, it would shut it off, right?
Right.
And you couldn't do anything. So they kept on changing that algorithm throughout the year, throughout at least the first year. And then they released, what did they release? The R5C.
Yeah.
They gave them an opportunity to release a new camera as a result. Oh, this
Okay.
one overheats,
All right.
this one doesn't.
Okay.
But now that one's been out, guess what they did? They give you a new firmware update. Oh, it doesn't overheat anymore. It's like,
Yeah.
I just bought an R5C. Now it doesn't overheat, and I lose out on IBIS. So
Yeah.
I would be very upset if I owned an R5C at this point, and I lost IBIS just to go to R5C just because of the overheating issue, because it's resolved now, apparently.
Yeah. Well, Roy said something about Cripple Hammer. Hang on, Vahagan. Hold your train of thought. I want you to.
Cripple Hammer. I agree, and I'm saying that out here.
Okay, but I think Nikon. I think Canon is removing some of the Cripple Hammer lately.
They are.
I mean, what do you guys think? I think that it's not as bad as it was. They're no longer afraid of their damaging their cine line.
Well, how many cine cameras do you think they really sell compared to an R5? An R5?
Oh, I know.
You see me? It's
I
nowhere
know.
near the numbers.
So that puts that old rumor to rest about Nikon's protecting their cine line. All right. Hey, Vahagan, go ahead, man. Sorry.
I just want to ask Amar something. Is that 600 F4 he has? Is that an RF mount or is it an
It's an EF mount.
Okay, I got something for you, man. Because you mentioned $13,000.
Yeah.
And I just mentioned something similar, but I want to show you something. Hey, Chuck, can I share my screen?
Yeah.
If you don't mind. All right, let's see. Is it on now?
Here you go.
All right, Amar. This one's for you, bro.
Okay.
Hold on. All right, let's see.
Is that on your 600? Ah, look at you. That's awesome. That's great.
This one's for you, bro. This one I shot yesterday.
At the beach?
Yeah.
Nice.
And,
I saw some really interesting glass up on Venice Beach when I was there. I was shocked.
Look how mint this thing is.
Yeah, it's nice. It's beautiful lens.
Is this the same lens you got?
Yeah, same. Yeah, it looks nice.
This is shot with my 600.
Nice. 600 to 600. Perfect, man.
Hey, here's a good question from Jaspreet. Will Nikon put NRAW in the cameras that are coming? I think they will. Why wouldn't they?
They should. I think they should.
Yeah, why wouldn't they?
Yeah,
absolutely. So
people
the whole
are
fear
too
of
hung up on this lawsuit stuff. They're either going
Yeah.
to come to an agreement in terms of some financial compensation
Yeah.
or of some kind. RAW is not going to go away from the Nikon camera suite, and people need to chill.
I just and I don't want to get on that subject, but it just aggravates me that somebody can friggin' patent a process rather than the technology. And I think that's what Nikon's prepared to do. Maybe this is the big challenge it's going forward to say finally you can't patent walking or running. I'm sorry, you just can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens. I don't think so. I think Jaspreet that they will. Now the question is that you think that'll be something in a Pro Body DX camera from Nikon? I don't know. You know, we talk about APS-C all the time. Some people some people hate it. We talk about the pros and cons of APS-C versus just using DX mode. And a lot of people over in the forums are talking all the time about, I just put my Z9 in DX mode. Well, hey, knucklehead, that's the whole point. Nobody wants to buy a Z9 just to use DX mode. Why not have a DX camera and not have to buy a Z9? He's missing the whole point. Now, however, if you have a full lineup of full frame cameras, then what's the difference between going in DX mode on those cameras and going and buying a a actual APS-C body. And I think the difference now will be in megapixel sensor size. So, you know, will you get 40 megapixel in a DX mode on a Z9? No, you will not.
You will not.
And that's what Keys is talking about. He's looking for higher megapixel and APS-C body. But before anybody jumps in and says, well, you're going to have to put up with noise and this and that or whatever, I don't think so, because he doesn't shoot low light photography, birds and whatever. He shoots in studio with lights. I don't think it's an issue.
It's not an issue.
I'm not Jeffrey, so I don't shoot birds.
All you really need is.
I want to clarify. I don't shoot birds. I take pictures of birds. I don't shoot them.
What's that DxO something noise thingy that they have? DxO, I keep forgetting the name. So that there's something like that for noise. Topaz is the other, but there's a DxO something also, right? That's all you need, man. You're done. You know? If you're, I am getting ready to come up with some content with the R7 with all of the soft images, right? That's supposed to be a joke. You know,
wait a minute, we'll catch up. We got to catch up.
We didn't, hey, the sad part is we didn't see it as being a joke.
Well, Jeffrey did a great job with that, because, you know, the XP6 is kind of slow, man. They need 7 or something. It takes a while to catch up there. But no, with all joking aside, seriously, I'm going to put the Zeiss Otis on there, because, you know, it's another piece of junk that you buy for $4,000, and we'll stick that on there and shoot a portrait session, right, in that. And then we'll take the 85 f2, which will effectively become like a 135 on a Canon camera, because of the 1.6 crop, now 1.5, right, and shoot that. So for studio work, APS-C can be deadly, right, especially with incredible autofocus. And the eye autofocus on that is, you know, all I can tell you is this, you know, there are a lot of people that have shot many systems side by side. And, you know, I have the Sony system here. I've seen what the Nikon one can do. I haven't tried it. But between Sony and Canon, Canon does have an edge to certain things. Sony has an edge in certain things. Having said that, you know, the most important piece of this puzzle is you got to find what works for you. Right. And if you're going to buy a DX body, you have to buy the higher quality glass. You just do, because any kind of issues with the lens, it's going to multiply it so much faster. Do you understand? Because you have the same amount of pixels packed in a much smaller amount of space. So your pixel pitch changes. I know this is a complicated subject for a lot of people. They don't understand this. So that's why they get all frustrated when they get a 32 megapixel DX thing, and they're like, oh my God, look at all that noise. But do you understand how much more resolution you have there? You can't get that in full frame. Even with my, you know, A7R4, right, with 61 megapixels, I cannot get the resolution that I can get on an R7 right out of the camera at 32 megapixels, period. So there you go. So there is no full frame anything that is 85 megapixels today to match up to that. So keep that in mind when you're buying a DX camera. You're really getting huge amounts of resolution that you could benefit from in a studio environment, because you would be able to just get that many more layers when you're editing, right? Because that inherent resolution is available. And if you're shooting with like controlled lights, man, I would pick a DX one over a full frame, even in the studio environment, because you can control the light. You know, I mean, that's just my take, because I've had no issue shooting, you know, DX cameras inside of studios or even events. I've shot events, full-on events with this thing. I shot Dance USA Dance. Many of you saw that for McDonald's. Those were published on Forbes.
Yeah.
Right. So when we talk about, oh my God, at 16,000 ISO, so much noise. Guess what? They picked up the files out of the 1DX Mark II at 16,000 ISO. So you can't edit. You're not allowed to edit. It has to be an in-camera JPEG. It cannot be a RAW file, and it cannot be manipulated in any which way. So you have to submit that to the editors. They took those images and they just posted them. 16,000 ISO. So what is the problem? What are we bitching about all the time? I just don't get it.
Well, you know, that's a good question. We do it because it's fun, I guess, because everybody wants to complain about something. There is no perfect camera, and that's been said
There
a
isn't.
bajillion times.
There
But
isn't.
what's perfect for you? There you go. There you go.
Oh, that looks nice. Is that the ZFC?
No, he's got the Fuji.
That's the perfect camera, Uncle Chuck.
So again, we go back to why do people want to argue if, hey, I love this camera, whatever it is. Here's my camera. I love it.
I love
Why
it.
do people want to tell them, no, that's a bad camera? You
I
need
don't know why.
whatever.
I don't
You
know.
know, if you're happy with it, what's the problem? So, but we get into these arguments, and then we get into, you know, we carry the arguments into the Netherland with crazy things like, you know, just as you were talking, it's a great explanation talking about pixel pitch. I get that. But you know what? If somebody's happy with what they have, what does it matter?
Exactly. It doesn't matter.
But everybody wants to add their 10 cents worth. You know, is APS-C worth it? It is if that's what you want, and if it's working for you, then it's worth every penny.
Yep.
You know, and again, you know, we were talking earlier. If Nikon produces with this, this is particular to Nikon only because of that 404.5 Amar. So don't beat me up here. But if Nikon produces that Pro Body DX with that 404.5, that's a birder's dream.
Mhm.
Walk around, carry around
On a
600
DX body,
millimeter.
that would be just incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but there'll be people that'll try to compare it and say, well, it's not as good as my 600 F4E or my 600, the new 600S. You know, well, of course, I get that. But you know what? How much money do you have invested in that? And I'm not saying you shouldn't invest that kind of money. But the
Yeah.
point is, quit picking on everybody else. They're happy. Let people be happy. Don't try to convince them they shouldn't be happy. And it seems like that goes on in the camera community all too often.
I'll tell you this. I mean, I ordered the R7 without the kit lens, right? So everyone and their brother took this lens and put it on eBay the moment they got it with their kit because they wanted the camera so bad they bought it with the lens, right?
Mm-hmm.
This lens sells for $500, right? On Canon's website.
Mm-hmm.
I picked this up at $250. Brand spanking new, not even mounted once.
Yeah.
And it's freaking incredible. 18 to 150 on a 1.6 crop. I can go travel with this thing. It's so freaking light. It's not even funny. And my wife is not getting upset because I don't have a big backpack with all of this stuff in there. All I got is this and an R7. We're having fun. What's wrong with this? There's nothing wrong with it.
You know,
Is it going to give me the same results as that up there? No, it's not. But to your point, you shouldn't be comparing this to that. That's what people do.
no,
Yeah,
so
That's how I bought my 24-70 f4. It was somebody sold a kit lens, and I got it dirt cheap.
Yeah, awesome. You get
you
great
know
deals.
what's your use case? That's all that matters. Everybody's different. Somebody can go and buy a GoPro, and it does exactly what they want it to do, and that's it. They have a GoPro.
And
Yeah.
Albert
nothing wrong with
says
it.
it perfectly. Look at that
Yeah.
GoPro. Albert says it perfectly right here. High ISO was
Yep.
the worst thing known to humanity. And you know who started this, Albert? I still remember it. You know, so it was. I'm going to come out and say it. Your Tony and Chelsea's of the world, right?
Yep.
That did this. You know, to create that hysteria.
Yeah.
You had, you know, Uncle Ken in Kentucky, the angry photographer.
Yep.
He pushed it like no tomorrow. Because everything, you know, was Nikon until he got a thing in the rear end. And all of a sudden, then it became Fuji. And he's trying to convince me, like, well, shooting Velvia in there is the same. I'm like, you have no idea, son, because you've never shot real Velvia in your lifetime.
Yeah.
So don't even tell me that simulation bullshit in those cameras are the same as shooting the actual film, because it's not. Even Across, it's a joke. Right? It's a digital representation of it, and it is nothing like the true film grain that I showed you guys the film last time, right? The real film, you know. So it's not. If you haven't shot it, you don't know. But you know that's their niche, right? That they have. Oh, we have the film grains, we have the history. Okay, fine, whatever, right? And I would love, you know, either Canon, Nikon, whoever, to go to someone like a Kodak, who has even a bigger history with film,
Yeah.
right? And say, give me all your simulations, I'll put that crap in there. Does that mean the camera is going to sell more? No, it's not. So the big thing with Fuji that I've seen that many Nikon folks actually gravitated towards was Obviously, it was the 1.5 crop. They didn't want to go to Sony because they hated Sony because of the hysteria that was created, right, by folks like, you know, your Tony and Chelsea's of the world and Froze of the world.
Naming names, man. Woohoo.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't really care because I've been around long enough to see all of this happen in front of me. And that's why I really exited YouTube, because it got so toxic and it was terrible. And what we're feeling right now, what we're talking about, we're paying the price for all of that nonsense even today, right? Just like Albert said. So,
hey, you know, this is a great question, and I want to go around the horn here and talk about this for a minute. You know, is DX type better for video?
yes,
You know, Cine cameras have been basically APS-C cameras.
APS-C,
There you
Super
go.
35. That is correct. It's as
So-
close to 1.5, 1.6 as anything else. Absolutely correct.
So, you know, APS-C cameras then should be very good video cameras.
Right. Right.
So
That's why
Mike,
the
to
Z30
answer-
looks so good, but it overheats.
Did it really overheat?
It did.
It's overheat.
running- Yep, it's running again, but it actually said the camera's too hot.
Put
That's
some ice
weird.
packs on it.
I guess I ain't gonna buy that, Chuck.
No. You should have
No,
put it
it's-
on 1080 because you don't need. Is it on 4K?
So I'll
right
give
now?
you a real life.
I'm on 1080 now.
Fuji story. So if you go back and look at my channel, probably about 5 years ago, I had the XT2, right, when it came out. Bought it, bought everything with it. The actual battery actually melted in the battery compartment. It got so hot with the 4K
Wow.
that it has. The XT2 right there. And then they actually went and fixed it. So initially they didn't believe me. So when I sent it to Fuji in New Jersey, they're like, oh, no. This can't be happening in there. I'm like, dude, it happened in there. And the camera is 10 days old, right? And either you do that or I call B&H. So they took 2.5 months to get a replacement, but they replaced it. And then after that, there was firmware after firmware to try to fix it. So all cameras have had overheating type of issues over the years. So it's not that big of a deal anymore, guys. You know, just put some cold packs in there, take a break, come back and finish the video later. Who cares?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. But it's buzz, it's internet chatter. And
That's
but
right.
the thing about it is it's so damaging when people want to jump
No,
on
man.
those things.
Yeah.
What
It's
do you?
not. It's not
no.
healthy, man, for the community, because I would rather just go buy a Canon or a Sony, you know, those little camcorders for 400 hours. You want to record video for 10 days straight? Go ahead, buy one of those and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
hey,
Yeah.
Chuck, how many hours have I used my Z6 on a live stream? Like 3-4 hours.
Right, and
Yeah.
it goes right.
Yeah.
It
Here
has
it
not
is. Z6
once
right here. Every
overheated.
live stream with my Z6
Yeah.
and no issues. But then again, you know, that's why I asked David, did he hit the record button? Because yeah, I can see that happening. But just as a becoming a monitor or not a monitor, but a video out, no recording, you shouldn't have any issues with overheating. But
We'll find
so
out.
what's the perfect size for APS-C? Let's hear everybody's opinion. Perfect size sensor for APS-C.
You mean resolution?
Yeah, resolution. How many megapixel? What's the perfect
24
size?
is enough.
24.
No, wait a minute, Mr. Take Keys. You want that 40
You
megapixel
wanted
body.
40 or 50, buddy, a minute ago. What's going on here?
You
Why do
change your
want 40
mind?
or 50? You know why? Because he wants to actually be able to shoot
But
8K video out of it.
Right. This is 26 though.
Right.
So if I get that 40 megapixel like that 8K, that'd be good too. But this is
Okay.
but
hey,
this
l-
is but
l-
this
let me
is
speak-
26 though.
Yeah. Well, let me speak nonsense here. You know, let me speak some nonsense here real
Jeffrey,
quick.
I'm gonna need your help on this one.
So many people want high megapixel bodies because they're cropping images.
Right.
Okay. And you definitely get room to crop with a high megapixel camera, you know, with a Z9. And I'll tell you right now, yeah, I use cropping. I use that 45 megapixel sensor all the time for cropping. And sometimes it's because I'm lazy. I'm not going to lie. I don't want to move forward 60 feet or 20 feet. I'm not going to lie. Sometimes it's because I have to, because I can't move forward or I don't have enough focal length or whatever. So, you know, I'm all about higher megapixel sensors. However, I think I've reached the zenith with the 45 megapixel. I'm happy in that range. but others want a 100 megapixel camera. And then here come the claws, man. Everybody, you don't want it, and here's why, and you don't need it. And don't tell me what I don't need. Tell me what I, convince me I don't want it if you want to do anything. But there are people that want that. And again, is that an issue? Would that be an issue if Nikon builds a 60 megapixel APS-C sensor? Who's going to shoot that down already without even knowing what it can do, based on technology that we've known and nothing about what's current or what could be?
So on this thing, right, you have your standard, obviously it's the 1.6 crop, right, that you have. And then on top of that, it gives you another option here, which is 4K crop even further, which is another 1.8.
Yep.
When you shoot 4K 60 at like almost 3x, right,
Yep.
on a 32 megapixel sensor,
Yep.
you guys saw some of those videos. It takes that 600 f4 on that last video down to almost 1800 millimeters that I'm recording, right, in 4K 60. So go ahead and figure that out, because no other brand right now has 4K crop on top of a crop.
No,
No one's got it. So I'm sorry, but you can talk about Fuji, Juji, whatever you want. None of them have it.
So my question isn't about what you can do in camera, but what the camera can do itself. Is there a problem with a 60 megapixel APS-C sensor? Is there a problem with a 100 megapixel full frame sensor?
There isn't, but you won't be able to use this lens on there anymore.
Okay, but here you go. Roy's talking about noise from the sensor heat. Sensor heat upsets astrophotographers. I agree with you, Roy, and astrophotographers are definitely going to chime in if you bring this up. However, they also have third-party people out there that are not developing. They will add cooling to your camera body.
Right.
You can do that if you want to do it. Should Nikon limit, or Canon or Sony or Fuji or Olympus, or Panasonic, should they limit a body because it affects one segment of photography? No. So there always going to be somebody that's going to complain. The guy that can't afford, he's still on a Tandy computer with floppy disks. He can't afford to download, large files. I get that. Okay. So there's a price to pay for everything that you want. But should we limit should manufacturers limit what they give to people, because it makes it would make it harder for them to download larger files, or they can't afford storage space or whatever. Somebody brought up earlier, I think it was Andy, talking about, should Nikon go to, and let's just talk about this for a second, the different size files in the Z9, like they did with the D single digit series, where you could shoot, the full frame, or, whatever it was, 30.
You had raw, large, medium, and small.
Medium and small. Yeah. I mean, maybe camera manufacturers should do that, and then people can shoot to their heart's content with the camera that they want, not have to shoot.
Canon still does that. They haven't taken it away. So
So
I want that on my Sony, but it's not. It's only on the freaking A1, and I'm not spending $6,500 to get that.
Now, real technology that there's so much technology being developed right now. Real technology would be that they could actually lower the pixel density in body when you want to go to a smaller file or whatever, so that you're now gaining probably dynamic range.
So I'll share something.
Who thinks that's impossible? Who thinks that will never happen?
Anybody? It already is happening. So I'll share this with you, right? So there's you obviously have your stack sensor, right? What they're working on right now, it's both Canon and Sony. They both are in production. They're not out yet, right? For people to use yet.
Right.
But the two layers that are there, each one is going to be independent of the other, right? And they're also working on a point. So there's I'm drawing a blank on this company that's in Europe. They figured this out already, where the top layer they're using for all of the microsites for black and white capture and color on the bottom. So when it becomes a true monochrome. So, and they can turn them on and off individually. if they're able to already do that, imagine the potential of what could be coming down the pike next, right? So they do have the ability to isolate the different layers. So if you had stack centers and someone really wanted a monochrome, a true monochrome without conversion, right? And having no color photo sites in there, imagine the gray tones out of that camera. Hey, someone's driving.
Mr. Ronald Pollard.
Pollard.
Hey,
Man,
Amar,
where are you headed, man?
Amar,
Oh,
when are you
sorry.
switching to Nikon, man?
I've been looking at buying one of these things. These guys keep giving me the wrong information every time I come here. I get more confused. Last time I asked about the Z5, they beat me up and they said Z6 is the same price. And I'm like, oh, scratching my head again and going back. And then someone else is like Z6 2 and Z7 2. I'm like, God, can you guys get it together?
I was asked a question yesterday, and I'm going to shut up. I'm going to go to the little boys' room. I'll let you all beat each other up over it. I was asked a very good question yesterday. What do I see as the next technology in cameras? The next big step forward. I'll tell you my answer. Then I'm going to mute my mic, go take a leak, get more coffee, and come back for the fight. I said AI. Intuitive AI, because AI in cameras right now is not intuitive. It's set. It doesn't think on its own. It only grabs what has been uploaded. But intuitive AF that learns from your usage what you're doing. I think that's the next step forward.
It's already here. This has it. So does the R6, R5, and R3. They have that. It actually learns.
No, it can't be. I'm not believing that, man.
I know you have a hard time with that, but you need to watch my videos more carefully.
It's learning you as you shoot.
It has deep learning AI built into this, right? So if I take this camera right now and I reset it and go back out there and start shooting birds again, it relearns everything all over again. It has that already in there. That's what the Digic X processor has done. And even the R10 that is $999 has it. So you know what? It's already here.
So everybody's going to complain about it. They're going to talk about it because nobody, especially old timers not all, but so many don't want AI in cameras. They're going to fight it. They're going to say, I don't want, we'll go back to film. It has no AI in it. It's UI, whatever you do. User intelligence, go back to that and you'll be fine. But with that said, with this new tech that's coming up, how is this going to affect APS-C? Is it going to give APS-C a leg up with things like this? With pink, what did you call it, Andy? Pixel?
Pixel density.
Well, it's not pixel density. He's talking about sharing pixels instead of dropping pixels.
Pixel binning.
Yeah. Well,
binning. Okay.
Yeah, I guess it is sort of, so that Ronald's coming back, so that I can go from a 33 megapixel camera to a 12 megapixel camera, and the sights actually get larger, meaning better, probably noise reduction and dynamic range and everything else. So anyway, these new technologies that we know they're working on, if that comes out, does that bring back the relevance of APS-C? Because you get a smaller, lighter package, you can with APS-C, and if it has that technology, then how much difference is there between that and full frame?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see much of a difference today because I'll tell you, after seeing this R7, I'm telling you, the sky's the limit for all brands to really expound on that.
Yeah, pixel averaging. I'm sorry.
Yeah, pixel averaging, correct.
Yeah, that's not binning.
They do that, by the way, to do that quite a bit. I'm more interested to see what they're going to do with the quad pixel technology, and that's really going to be the next frontier in autofocus systems. I don't know how much better you can get, but whatever, it'll probably already have it focused before you can even think that you want to focus on something.
Hey, Chuck.
Yes, sir.
You were talking about APS-C. I did shoot a couple of shots yesterday with the Z9 on DX.
Yeah.
If you want me to show you an image.
Yeah, you got.
Here.
Go ahead. Pull it up there. Hang on a second. Let me jump over here. There you go. And this is DX. It's really hard for us to tell with the small size, but you can tell us what you're seeing, if there's any difference or how much of a
Hold on.
difference.
Am I on?
Yep.
You're
Okay,
on.
so this is DX. You're at about 19 megapixels, right? About 19.
Yep.
And this is using the 600E, but I'm at 900 millimeters now. Let's see. So it was hazy, like I said. It was
Okay.
big time. Let me see. Hold on. But as you see here, it's great. Like, what do you guys think of the background blur and stuff? Here, let me do this. Hold on. 1 second. Let me bring it up like that. Oops. That looks fake. But anyway, but I mean, it's great. Like the background blur, the sharpness. This is DX right here.
Yeah. So Mozman said he shot some yesterday too, Vahagan. He said he shot in DX mode with the 404.5 and the 1.4 TC. And he said he was really impressed with the photos. I mean, considering.
Yeah.
although-
Yeah, it's different. As the box becomes bigger, like the focus area. But
Right. How many
I-
megapixels do you end up with, Vahagan?
19.
Yeah.
19. Okay.
Just-
Yeah, I get
yeah.
26 on the A7R4. It does 26 on that one. Because 61 megapixel. 26 is pretty respectable. Right, Tay?
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. but Chuck, I do want to upgrade. So that's me. I do want to upgrade. See what 40 megapixel and then 8K, because my T3 only shoot 4K. So I want to see what's the difference.
Nothing wrong with that, buddy. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I support you 100%. You get what you want. Do what you want.
I might
That's
go
right.
take some pictures of some birds for Jeffrey.
But to answer your question about the megapixels on a DX, I think 24 is sweet. 24, 26 is probably,
Yeah.
even 19 is good enough if you're doing DX.
Yeah,
Right.
Moz, that's how I saw it too. I know that Tom Hogan actually did a big discussion about intuitive learning or whatever with AI in at least Nikon. So maybe Canon had found something different. I agree. It's not intuitive, that it doesn't learn as you go. It has what it has. It's like any computer. What you put in it is what you get out. However, with AI and science right now, that scares me, where there is intuitive learning. And, iRobot, the movie, becomes a reality with these knuckleheads playing with that crap.
So I'm reading their own actual specs on the Digic X, and they don't call it AI, but it has the ability to do machine learning based on how the camera is being used and what you shoot, and it remembers
Okay.
those things.
Yeah, and that's going on in cars and everything else now.
Right,
Somebody
right.
brought up.
So
you
that's
know,
exactly
especially-
what's in Digic X. Yep.
I get in the wife's car and I hit a button and it goes to my settings for the seat and everything else. I taught it that, and that's what it does now when I get in the car.
So
But
it does say this. I'll read it to you. Right. It says the trouble with wildlife is there are lots of different animals. So you obviously have predators with eyes in front, and then you have rabbits with eyes on the side, right? And then you have snakes, and then you have birds. There's no
Yeah.
system that recognizes face of every animal on the planet, right?
Right.
So that's what it's saying. So that's why it's saying based on your usage, it has deep learning to tell the camera that these are the kinds of subjects that you normally shoot.
Well, that's interesting. It's interesting.
That is interesting. Is that but that's on their site?
Yeah, just look up Digic X, Canon Digic X, and then look up AF or AI, sorry, and it'll pop up. And it was actually first introduced in the 1DX Mark III.
Okay.
And now
Yeah.
pretty much every camera has it.
Okay. So here you go, Andy. If you own a Z9, which delivers 19 megapixel and DX, why buy a Pro DX camera? We're not talking about those that have full frame and can shoot in DX, even though there will be people that will actually buy the camera that probably own the Z9. We're not talking about those people. This is for people that want it specific. They don't own full frame, or they don't, maybe they have a very entry level full frame camera.
Right.
Or maybe they're just starting out and want a pro body in a cheaper package, which the pro APS-C cameras will give you. So it's for those people. So you're right. I'm not buying one because I'm not shooting in DX either on my Z9. But yeah, this is for a different purpose. Why develop it? Because there are consumers out there that are waiting, that want to shoot for many reasons. And Lord, we can go down the list of reasons for buying APS-C: perceived focal length, smaller body, lighter body, price. There's so many reasons that people would choose APS-C over full frame.
Well,
So,
and
yeah.
putting your Z9 in DX mode is totally different than a true
Right.
DX sensor.
Yeah, when you
It
shoot
is.
26 on this, guys, it is not the same as a 26 that Ty has on his camera right there. It is not.
That's
I'll
right.
be the
Right.
first to say it. So don't be fooled.
That's right.
It's not the same.
Yeah.
Because what it's doing is, if you take let's say my keyboard is the
You're-
sensor.
You're just
When
cropping.
you crop in, you are eliminating all of the information on all the other pixels, and only that centerpiece is being used. So you're actually wasting more than half of your sensor right there on what it can do. That's why, Wahagan, when you actually go into the DX mode, the autofocus area looks big. It's just because that's the main concentrated area that it's actually using to acquire autofocus.
Correct.
So just think about it from a DSLR mode type of thing, the mindset.
Hey, guys.
That being said, I mean, if besides the issue of the money, why would anybody buy APS-C versus just buy full frame?
Because it's still better quality. Because what you're taking is a 61 megapixel sensor, like for this, I'm just using this as an example, and then you take only a subset of 26 megapixels of that. So you have to understand your pixel pitch kicks in. So 61 megapixels, your pixel pitch is probably around 3.6 microns, for example, for argument's sake. Your Z9 right now, right, at its full resolution at 45 megapixel is probably a pixel pitch of close to 5, right? That's huge on how much more light can be gathered per pixel in there. So what you're doing now is you're starting with 3.6, and you only got 26 million of those available to you. You lost all of the other ones. So when you start cropping in, if you're not going to crop in, you're perfectly good to go.
That's right.
But the moment you start cropping in, you will see the effects of how fast you lose stuff. Now, if I take a 24 megapixel DX camera and shoot the same shot, I'll be able to crop in till my heart's content and have so much more resolution. That's what people don't understand. That's the price you pay for high resolution cameras.
It may be, but if you're cropping, I mean, I prefer full frame all day, every day, though. And that's just me.
Well, I do too. But when I'm shooting a bird like way out there and it's a little thing like this, I'd rather have my DX body and not sit there and try to shoot it on a high megapixel.
Roy brings
like
up a
this
good point too. If you're cropping in the corner, because that's just how the photo's composed, then with some lenses, you're actually throwing away resolution. And I agree with that. With that.
That's a true statement.
Yep. Now, if you're cropping in the center, then you're getting the best of the best.
You're good to go.
No doubt about it.
I'll tell you though, seriously, if you have the ability to be able to shoot 19 megapixels and then shoot 45, it's not a bad thing to just have one camera. If you don't want to carry multiple cameras, that's great. But you do have to understand the trade-offs, right? There are trade-offs. It is not the same as taking a dedicated DX body and shooting it side by side.
Yeah.
Hey guys, let me pause for just a second. Vaughan, hold that thought, man. It always winds up being you. I'm sorry, man. I got to run the little boys' room, fill up my coffee cup, so I'll have to run the little boys' room again.
Bring me some cookies.
Yeah, I don't have any right now, but we've got 55 people in here right now. Guys, if you would, throw me a bone here. jump over there and like what you're seeing. I mean, if you don't like it, that I can understand. But drop a like. And if you're new here, you're just listening to us go on in this banner about APS-C, full frame, you name it. And we're all over the map here. That's what we do on this channel. Consider a subscription to the channel. And everybody on this screen right now has a YouTube channel. And you can see their names in the corners here. And we'll go over that again when we exit, let everybody talk about their channel. But yeah, if you would, drop a like. It just makes me feel good. It gives me a little motivation. And consider a subscription, and consider subscribing to all these guys. If you don't know who they are, check them out. All right, Jeffrey, grab the wheel, man. You're steering us on to better and greater things, man. All right, guys, go back at it. Vahagan, you're up, man. Sorry to cut you off, buddy.
Oh, no worries. No, I was just gonna say that for most applications, for example, like that surfing shot, you're gonna use it for what? You're gonna use it for maybe media, news, whatever, website. It's fine, man. 19 megapixels.
It's
you know.
plenty.
You're not going to go pixel peeping that image, even if you blow it up to, excuse me, to like 20 by 30 or 24 by whatever, 36. You're fine. I mean, who's going to zoom into that picture and just, okay, this is a little better. This is a little better.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't that long ago where your high-end cameras were 12 megapixel.
I still have them. There's nothing wrong with them.
About that.
There's nothing wrong with them, Jeffrey. Even today, it's perfectly
Yeah.
fine. The eagle still looks like an eagle.
Yeah.
Doesn't turn into a chicken. Like
still an eagle.
People are really screwed up in the head, right? They really think they need 30 frames per second to shoot an eagle. You don't. You really don't, right? Eagles are not very agile when they're up in the sky. No. And trust me, if you can't frame an eagle even with one autofocus point, something's really wrong with you, because they don't go this way and this way like one of the swallows. They're not like a swallow.
Yeah, it's not a swallow. It's not a kingfisher or
exactly.
Totally different thing, or a hummingbird for that matter.
I was at the Conowingo Dam, and I was telling yesterday. I mean, the last live stream, someone was actually there with a 5D Mark II, and I'm sitting there going, "But are you okay?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I only need one autofocus point," and I'm sitting there going, "Oh yeah, that used to be me not too long ago, but." But he was getting great results.
Yeah, and let me tell you, that's the last thing you think about when you're out there in the sun and you're trying to get shots. You don't care about what you got. You want to get the shot, and that stuff you don't think about. Like, it's just like you see all these photographers with DSLRs. It's just you want to get the shot. The sun is hitting you in the face. You're uncomfortable, and it's like, I don't care about DX, full frame, this, that. Just get the shot, get it in focus, and move on.
It's true.
I mean,
it's true.
I rather think about lenses, man. Lenses versus bodies. I mean, lenses all day.
Oh, for sure.
All day.
That's where I would spend the money. Is the glass. Absolutely.
I mean, I typically shoot. I mean, the whole thing where, the Sony camp was, well, we shoot 30 frames a second raw, and Nikon only shoots 20 frames a second. It's like, you know what? I said, I shoot 20 frames per second 10% of the time. I have my low setting is the high end at the low setting is 10 frames a second. Normally I'm shooting 10 frames a second. Once in a great while, if I'm shooting something that is doing something really interesting and I feel it's going to be one of those one-in-a-lifetime shots that's going to happen, all right, I'll get stupid. I'll shoot 20 frames a second, or something that's small, 20 frames a second. But for me, most of the time, 10 frames a second
even that's overkill.
Works 95% of the time. It really does.
That's overkill.
It is. I hate going through all the files if I'm at 20 frames per second.
Yeah. It's like, oh my God. I mean, I spent too much time on the computer now.
I mean, there's a place for it. And, it depends on your subject, but half the time I've got mine dialed way back.
The only time I would use 20 frames is when they're popping open a champagne bottle and it's going to pop, everywhere. That's you want
Sure.
that,
Yep.
or regarding birds, I don't do birds, but birds in
Well, if you're
flight.
doing
Maybe.
birds and it's got it's let's say it caught a shrimp, and it's typically going to open up. It's going to flip it up, open up the beak, and that shrimp is going to just fall right down the throat. All right, you might shoot 20 frames a second, so you could get that precise moment where you can see the whole shrimp or the whole small fish just as it's getting ready to go down the throat of the bird. So that's when you might do it. But most of the time, bird in flight, I don't need 20 frames per second. Do I need to see the wing flap in half a degree increments?
Yeah, but
No.
the thing is, in online, some of these small little things, they get so much play on YouTube that this camera has 30 frames, this camera has 20. Like, come on, man. Like, those are not even important things in photography.
No.
If you hardly use these things,
I would rather have improved dynamic range. I would rather have less noise, sensors that can handle or are designed better to have less noise at higher megapixels, and that would be more important to me than continually fooling around with the megapixel race. And I could shoot 40 frames per second, or I've never used that 120 frames per second smaller megapixel count on the Z9, and I probably never will. I just don't have a need for it. Some people might, but I personally don't.
I'm going to try to share and see if it works.
Hey,
Did it work?
Yep. Hang on, I'll put it up there. Hey, Mozman, at Mozman, Gustavo talking about, this is something I absolutely agree on, but I think it probably goes to every camera out there. The more you fill the frame, the better the AF is working. I'm not saying the AF doesn't work at distance or anything like that, but it definitely works best whenever you're, especially small objects. And I know you fill the frame and you have no issue at all with autofocus. So agreed 100% there. However, Amar's going to show us a photo here. I'm going to put it up on the screen. He's going to beg to differ.
Hey, Amar, before you get into this, I just have a question. The new RF, what is it, 1200 millimeter or the new ones that are like 20 grand?
Yeah.
What are your take on those?
I only know two Canon Explorers of Light that actually have been able to afford to buy them, because they really shoot on a lot of African safaris, and their thing is they're just stunned that they can actually handhold, because if you remember, the old one was so heavy, it was like 40 pounds, man, and this one you can actually literally handhold just because it's gone to a mirrorless type of setup.
Yeah.
And that's incredible to be able to have that kind of reach, handhold L series.
There's two, right? There's an 800 and then there's an
800 and there's a 1200. That is correct.
What is that? 5.6?
They are 5.6. That is correct.
So what do you think of the price, though?
The 1200 is f8, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah. Again, it's an L lens, so it's rightfully justified if you think about it. But for me, I prefer this. Look at this. This is 1280 millimeters right in front of you. Right here.
Yep.
This is the 800. Yeah, but it's f11. I get it. And that one's f8. So you pick your own poison. That's $800. That other one is $20,000. So.
Hey, I want to go back here real quick to Joe's comment. And, Joe, you're absolutely right. There have been, there's an image taken with a box camera of Jesse James that sold for, how many million or whatever. So we can go back in history and find all kinds of photos that were taken. They were at a decisive moment, a decisive individual or whatever. But there's, this is going back to the re-education of photographers. You can shoot with what you've got, no doubt about it. But with technology, as it marches on, there are people that want all the new technology that comes out. So, I'm one of them. I eat the technology up as it comes out. But
Are you guys able to see my screen?
we had it up there.
I was going to actually show it to you. Is it
Okay.
up? Just let me know when
Yeah,
it's up.
it's up right now.
Okay. So this is unedited right out of the camera, right? And it'll take it a minute for it to load. This is at 61 megapixels, filling this frame. That's what he was just talking about. This is what you can do with it once it's edited. It'll load up. Tons of detail, plenty of detail. I'll print this thing so big you won't even know what hit you.
Yep.
It's incredible, right? So when people say these things, there is a price paid for high megapixels. So like if you have something like this is where it becomes really important. It's better to do this than to shoot in the DX mode, because the amount of information that is available to you is so greater on a high megapixel camera. I mean, I can just hit auto. It's probably going to go all over the place, which is not going to work out too well. But actually, it did a good job. Lightroom's getting better. You can start to see already what it's doing. This is live. I haven't done anything to these images. I mean, you could do whatever. And how much of that image am I acting you? So when people say megapixels is all just a bunch of horse shit, it's not.
Horse crap.
Horse crap. Sorry. Yeah, I'm getting better, Chuck.
I know.
And
No, for this kind of stuff,
why it's
for
important.
this kind of stuff, yes, I agree with you. For this
So
kind of things.
you have to pick your own poison what you want. Now, is this going to focus the same as like a A9 II? No, it's not. This thing's taking forever. That's the problem with the bigger files. You can see this. So look at where the bird is to where you can go. I mean, this is what you get here. This has got to be at least, what, 10%, 15% of the entire image? Here you are. You'd never know. And you still got some more to play with. I haven't even edited this.
Zoom into the beak.
Here, this is at 200%. I still have detail.
That looks impressive.
So check this out. Watch this. What I'm going to do now. I'm going to show this on the screen because, I want people to really understand when they talk nonsense.
Now, is this an R7?
This is real, right? So let's do a live edit like I do in my videos. I'll do it right now for you, right? So I'm not going to do anything to it. Other than that, I'm just going to go right into Topaz. And I hope that it can actually share Topaz. If it doesn't, will it share Topaz?
No, you're absolutely right. And third-party software has come a long way. And I'm a believer in Topaz denoise. It works really well. But I'm told that there's a new one out, the DXO, whatever, that does as well or better.
Yep. How do I get to Topaz?
So here's the thing. Let
me stop sharing. I'll fix it, and then I'll come back and share it with you.
All right. AI in cameras is not just for autofocus and all the other things. AI, I think we're moving to a point where I was going to do a spoof video about 4 months ago talking about the Z8 is real. Here's the specs. And oh, by the way, they partnered with third-party software and it's got in-body noise reduction that you can toggle on or off. Can you imagine that day when we hit that point where we have that, where something like Topaz Noise is in camera and you can actually toggle it on and off when taking photos? And that's coming too. How much of a difference will that make in an APS-C body? Is it relevant to APS-C? Could that shut down some of the complaints about APS-C gets noisy, blah, 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 because of the pixel pitch and yada, yada, yada? Well, all right.
That was hey, Amar, was that an R7 with what lens?
No, that's not the R7. That's the Sony A7 R4 with the 200 to 600. The lens that you guys drool over all the time that you want. Did you guys see Mark Smith's video?
He
took the Z9 and he put the Sony lenses on there. If that doesn't wake freaking Nikon up, I don't know what will. Right?
I did the same thing. I've got the 200 to 600 on my Z9.
Right. So here, I'm going to go back to sharing this with you. So now you can
sacrilege. That's all I have to say. Sacrilege.
You're funny. There you go. So we're back to
You guys
sharing this again, right? You can see
You
this.
guys are loving this, Jeffrey and David, because they're birders. So
Can you guys see this?
Yep. It looks
Yeah.
beautiful.
This is at 200% now, right? After going through Topaz, got rid of the noise. There's not very much
Yeah.
noise left. I haven't done sharpening, nothing to it. Let me just hit auto for a second. That's what this did. I don't like it. Okay, so let's just go back here and just start sharpening stuff. Here, hit the option. Start sharpening till it can get good enough. Close enough, good enough. At 100%, it should look incredible. This is 100%. So when you look at this, which is the original file, where we started to where we ended up, now tell me if resolution matters or not. It does.
well, I know,
I'm
but
sorry,
you're
but
using
it
a full
does.
frame.
Yeah,
camera,
but
right?
again, that's what I'm saying. So instead of, if I would have shot this in the 26 megapixel crop mode on this, it would not look like this. It would not.
Right.
Well, and the
So-
problem is, if when you're shooting with the lower an APS-C camera, you got to be, you can't get lazy with your compositions.
Yes, that's
Okay,
right.
if you don't nail the composition and you say, "Oh, well, I'll just crop it afterwards," well, you've got less
You're gonna
room
pay a
to
price for
play
that.
with, you
Mhm.
know. So
Good. That's a really good tip, guys. So if you didn't listen to that, I mean, I think you should maybe repeat it for everyone. That's really, really very sound advice that you're actually giving people.
Have you
Yeah.
done a side by side comparison?
Yeah, between the two?
using DX and then using what you just did.
Yeah,
You did one.
It's not the same, Hagen. It's not. It falls apart. It falls apart so much faster.
Okay.
Yeah, it does, and that's why that's why I truly believe that APS-C sensors and cameras have a space and a place.
Hey,
They do.
Hassan just dropped a comment here. I just want to comment on it real quick, and then you guys can continue with that. But I don't want to pass this up. And I want to say hi to Mr. Ronald Pollard, who just dropped in. Thank you, buddy. You know what? I don't care how many frames per second they put in cameras. I'm not one of those that say we don't need any more. We need as many as people want. And you don't have to use, the nice thing is guess what? You don't have to use it.
yeah,
You can go to single point focus, single frame shooting if that's your cup of tea. So, but I must agree with him on one thing, and this is shooting motocross. I shot in 11 megapixel, 130 frames per second, or 120 frames, whatever it is, with the Z9. And you're absolutely right. Do I want to shoot 130 frames a second for the entire race? No, I do not. But there are times when you can do it, and you pick up a look, a hand placement of something that you would have missed. And that's not to say there aren't great photos out there, but you can actually at times pick up something that's extraordinary just having that ability to shoot that many frames per second. I don't have to do it all the time. I can turn it off. So
That's
the
right.
big
That's
argument
why they
over
give
how
you
many
those.
frames per second, I don't care. Make it 5,000 frames per second. I don't care. Everybody, I think people worry about the fact that they're paying for something like that. No, you're going to pay the same price for that camera, whether it has it or it doesn't. So
Yeah.
there you have it.
I mean, as a
you're
portrait
always gonna
shooter,
you're always
as-
gonna
as-
get. Well,
as
you
a-
can argue you're always going to get more than you're going to use because very few
Yeah.
people use everything on a camera that's in it.
as a portrait shooter, like I can care less about frames per second. Ty and Ron, they know what I'm talking about. But as far as shooting portraits, full frame, I feel like I feel like I can breathe with that sensor,
And
when
let
I'm
me
doing portraits.
let me say one more thing, and I'm going to back up here because I'm going to not back out, but I'm going to let you guys go on it. I mean, we're all adults here, and that's what I want to bring up really is there another stream out there or another site where you get this diversified panel of people discussing cameras and photography? We've got Fuji, we've got Sony, we've got Canon, we got Nikon right here, all sitting together, and we're all having a reasonable conversation. Where else do you get that? Anywhere on the internet? I
And you've
understand
got-
that The world's about drama right now. Everybody likes dramatic, whatever presentations, yada, yada, yada. But where else can you go and sit down with a varied panel like this and have a great discussion? Yeah, we bust each other's chops a little bit on camera brands, but nothing personal. And, you know, if you're in the audience and you're watching, rather than drop a like, which I would love to have, rather than doing that, I would say drop in the chat. I'd rather see you in the chat than drop a like, honestly, because this is a community that's growing and we have such a good time. And I would hope others would follow our lead. So with
And
that
I'm gonna share something to your point right here, Chuck, because
Yep.
you know it's not. It doesn't matter what brand camera you shoot. It matters what the hell you produce with it, right?
Mhm.
If you produce shit
Correct.
with it, I don't really care how awesome your Z9 is. It's shit because you're producing shit with it, right? So you either
no,
you can
no, you're
insult
not
it-
right. No, you produce crap with it.
Crap.
Okay. I'm gonna get there one day. By the time I think I start my live stream, Chuck, I think we're gonna be there. And have you guys come there as Nikon folks and actually, you know, share your thoughts, right? A different
Absolutely,
perspective.
brother. We
But I want to
support you
share this one
100%.
thing with you on what I'm actually in the process of making that's coming ahead. Check this out. Can you guys see this on your screens? Can you see this
Yep.
bird?
Yep.
Yep.
This is shot and extracted from a 4K video still capture on the R7.
They go them birds again.
This is the video capture, by the way, guys.
That's really a person that looks like a bird, Tay. It's really a person that looks like
Hey.
a bird.
Hey Ty, show us the real chickies, man.
So this
Amar,
is
did you say that was 4K?
this is a 4K 60 extract out of
Yeah.
the R7.
Yeah.
There you go. So when people tell me I need to have 30 frames per second, screw you at 30 frames per second because I already got 60. Because when I shoot a 2-minute clip, I got 3,000 images to pick from, and I can extract them as TIFFs on the Canon software. Now I don't know if Nikon does that. I hope they do because that's where the future really is. And imagine shooting something in the studio. So like when the 1DC was out, when I showed you that, they did a live studio shoot with a model. And that model was sitting in the chair doing this and doing that and doing this. And they captured the whole damn video, right? And then they literally went to the frame that they wanted, pushed the button, and bam, out came the print. It was over. That was it. That was the shoot. You know, and that's where we're headed. So when we shoot 30 per second stills, you're really shooting video, man. You know, that's really video at that point. It's not really stills anymore. So the ability to extract TIFFs, right, and which is raw, right, type of thing, right out of that video. And imagine on a camera like, I think the Z9 shoots 8K raw. Does it? No, it doesn't shoot raw. I think the R5 shoots raw. But if you can shoot 8K raw, you can extract up to a 33 megapixel pure raw file out of a video. So that's where the future is, right? So you ask me, it's like, what is going to be the next thing? That's really the next thing, you know? And as much as we hate to believe it, thinking that, you know, we're going to get an awesome camera, it's all going to be about my still photography to the next level, I think you're going to be sadly mistaken and sadly hurt pretty bad, unless you go buy Leica. You're not going to get it, right? Because all these brands, if you look, everyone and their brother, like the Z30, what kind of camera is that, right? It should be telling you where it is. Look at the Z9. How much video stuff's in the Z9? A lot.
Yeah.
And you're paying for that. If they took all that video stuff out, that camera would be $3,000.
Yeah.
But
you can extract you can extract images out of the video on the Z9. I don't think you can do it on the other Z bodies, but I know you can do it on the Z9.
You should. And I find it beneficial because you know what? Just think about this, Jeffrey. I mean, I know you shoot wildlife. When I have to buy hard drive after hard drive after hard drive storing these goddamn raw files, and when you have 45 to 61 megapixels, you know how much money that costs you in storage? It's crazy. I got like 40, 50, 100,000 files. With video, I got this little clip. Am I done with what I need out of it? Bam, I just hit delete. The whole thing is gone.
Yeah, but you're not going to get the same. It's not the same quality.
So hey
You
guys,
just saw the quality on the screen.
No, I know.
hey guys, hey guys, here's the thing about that. When we're talking about that, shutter speed, and Jasper asked me to put his comment back up here, and he is right here talking about shutter speed for video. The
Good
180
question.
rule,
How
the
do I do
180
it?
rule.
How do I
But
do it?
you can, if you're shooting at 120 frames per second, you can actually crank it up instead of 1/60th. You can crank it up to 1/100th on your shutter speed. And this is
You
what's
can go to
freezing the
2/40th
action.
of a
So
second.
Roy brought up the fact that in video, you need the blur in between frames or whatever to show
Right.
motion. Yes, absolutely, Roy.
In stills, you
And
don't.
this is where we get into cinematography that
Right.
shot at slower speeds, or it's slowed down in post
Right.
to show motion and whatnot.
Yeah.
But where you need
I'm
absolute
going to be
clarity.
starting a new concept, Chuck, and it's going to be called video portraits, right? And I am shooting right now video even on not this one, but the A9 II, which is 1/2000th of a second. Do I
Yeah.
really care about the video itself? I don't, but I do care about 3,000 shots that are available.
Yeah, but
to
it
me.
looks the image looks different. It looks different.
What do you mean it looks different?
It
It
just
doesn't look
there's
any
a different look.
There's only a different look if you're pulling frames out of video if you're shooting at slower
Right.
frame rates.
That
But
is correct.
you crank the camera up in video mode and you can pull, because Nikon actually advertised that was part of the marketing for
That
their
is
video
correct.
in 8K. And I pulled a still from 8K and it's fantastic.
Yeah.
It looks like I just took the photo.
Well, Hagen, you got to try it. But I'm telling you right now, just get disciplined and then just lock yourself in a room and try it. You'll be shocked on what it can do. It's not like the old days anymore, man.
Yeah.
And you'll be amazed on what you can. I've seen some extracts out of that Z9 and they look incredible, right? I've seen extracts out of the R5 with all of that resolution. It looks incredible.
This is why I want to continue to play with video, because
Right.
I haven't done it enough and I don't know all the ins and outs of it. And I'm trying to work on that. I just, I'm lazy. I prioritize my time wrong, or however you want to look at it. But I want to play with video because I'm all about the cinematic look, which isn't 8K 120 or I'm sorry, 4K 120 at a breaking the 180 rule and cranking it up to 200th of a second, which looks to me very commercial-ish, like commercials on TV rather than cinematic.
I'm only shooting it to extract. I'm not shooting it to sit there and start making videos out of it. If I do, then I'll slow it down to like 25% of its original, and then you won't even know what the shutter speed is because all the motion jitteriness, all of that nonsense out of there. You won't even know that.
Sure, you can shoot in 4K 60. So
yeah,
and then if you put it in Final Cut, like I shoot in 4K 60, then I
put in a Final Cut.
I could put in Final Cut. I could slow it down like 20. Like I could put it like 24.
Right, and in Final Cut they call it something different. I'll tell you exactly what it's called. To do the extract, it's called. Here you go. It's called freeze frame.
Yeah, freeze frame.
Is what you need to do. You need to do freeze frame. You do that. You extract it out, and bam, you can save it as a still.
Many OTs do that.
I do it. I've been doing it because of the 1DC, right? See, on the 1DC, it's kind of cool because you use the MJPEGs. So it's shot a JPEG for every shot.
Pictures for the videos and put it in like freeze frames.
I like this comment. That's great. Oh, that's great, man.
Oh my God, dude! If you can't get like 90% hit rate in anything today, even if you don't know anything about photography, just pick it up and hit the button. Something's wrong with you for sure, because these cameras are so advanced now. Even
I think he was saying that kind of tongue in cheek, but I understand what he's saying. Ronald, sir, how are you? I have no audio, brother.
Ron, we can't hear you, bud.
No.
Hey, I also want to say, hey, David, you just got to jump in this fight, man. Don't sit over there waiting for a pause. You're not going to find one.
No, I'm good. I was doing some research here.
All right,
He like me.
I'm listening.
I'm listening.
There you go. And for Hagen, I've, he's making comments a couple of times, and I was right at a commercial point there. But Hagen, jump in here, man. You know the rules. Dog eat dog.
Dog eat dog.
Now he's busy with something.
I'm on my last bar for the battery
fellas,
now.
Yeah,
can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We hear you.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So I'm in my studio, and the life of a working photographer, a mother just came by, and she was asking me would I be able to photograph her and her 7 children.
Awesome.
So that's why you saw me put the sound down and turn the video off, so that way I could address her. She could look around and take a business card, that kind of thing. And that's the life, fellas. That's part of the life of a pro full-time working photographer. That's part of it. That's why you have a studio.
That's right.
And earlier today, when I was on the phone with you guys driving in, Chuck, I had just booked a concert for a group, and that's where I was driving from, and that's why it was kind of breaking up, because we just booked that concert. That's a concert series coming up. So
you guys are gonna love this because you guys are musicians.
But I am in
right?
the midst of it's a working day. Pardon me?
Awesome, man. Awesome, Ron.
Things to
I
be
booked
busy,
a concert too at the end of August. At the end of August, I have one, Vahagan. I think you'll really enjoy this. It's really a very prominent Indian, movie star, and it's a whole damn concert with all these people coming there to perform live and all this shit.
Yeah.
So they actually brought me on to actually shoot it. So that's on August 28th or something like that.
Right.
I've got like 4 more lined up before the end of the year. So you'll get to see a lot of pictures with that. So with these live streams, I'll be curious to see what gear you guys want to see photos out of. By then, hopefully I have a Nikon, if you guys can all agree which one. And don't tell me Z9, because I'm not buying that with a fake, 8K codec on there.
I
don't want any licensing issues, man.
It's not fake. It's just stolen. It's a stolen codec.
I used a better word this time. I didn't say stolen. I just said, just borrowed.
It's borrowed. It's borrowed.
It's borrowed. That's right. That's the word, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
You got it. Wow.
Hey.
I'm on my last brick of the battery, so I don't know when it's going to die. It's got 2 in there. So if it dies, I'll have to come back with more batteries.
All right, no problem. At least we know where you went, man. That's okay.
It's about to overheat.
I'll tell you, anybody that's
Still haven't
doing
overheated.
streaming, if you're going to do streaming, you definitely need to get the mains power connector for your camera. I've got it.
Yeah, I need to get that. Actually, I don't have it for the R6, and if I get it, I think I can use it on the R7 too. So that might work out okay.
Yeah, I think as long as batteries are compatible, I mean, I would say get the battery insert that goes to AC power.
Okay.
Rather than USB-C, but because some cameras you can't use USB-C power when it's in use yet. But anyway, yeah, and definitely worth. That's a good purchase to do that.
Sure.
Bass or BAS say thank you very much. Yeah, I went to the Wednesday platform also. I was doing the Saturday night thing and went to Wednesday afternoon only because it really works out best for those that are in Europe. So thank you very much. And Timothy, man, if I've missed, you know what? I'm going to make a point to watch for your comments, brother, because you're as important as anybody else. I'm sorry that I've missed your comments, and I'm definitely going to flash your comments, and we'll talk about when you put them up there. Sorry about that. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. It is getting more difficult, people. The more people that we get, and I ask for more people in the chat, but understand, even with a 3-hour live stream, man, it's so hard to get every comment. But I definitely want you guys to know that, being in the chat is important, and I want to showcase your comments when I see them. All right, back to the show, which isn't any more about APS-C. We're now
I think they're here for Team Fuji.
Ron, you need to shoot that on an APS-C camera.
You got to get on a winning team, Tay. Team Fuji. I don't know.
And for this comment, you know what? You're absolutely right, Roy. And I'm trying to fix that. I'm sorry. Gear is always a popular topic.
Stop it, Roy. Are you still talking about that lighting and all that stuff?
It will come up in everything we do. I'm going to try to minimize it on Saturday night when we do the photo review. but I want to get Albert up and running, Albert Jimenez, because he's got some pretty neat, interesting things that he's doing with camera and lenses, which I think, Roy, you're going to be interested in. So
I
I'm
want to see it too, man. I heard you said, right, he has some crazy
he's got I don't know how many speed boosters and everything. That's his niche. He is enjoying playing with all these different lenses that aren't even camera lenses, believe it or not.
Nice.
He has lenses that are projector lenses. Go ahead, Ron.
I only went to that little soliloquy because I thought you guys might have been asking me a question, and I just wanted to explain what was happening. Did I miss anything that you were asking, or some input you were asking me for? Okay.
No, not at all. And I'm glad you shared with us what's going on as far as your business. I think it's great, and people want to hear that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Hey, Ron.
Shooting is only about 10% of what you do.
Ron.
All the other networking.
I don't see you using APS-C.
Yeah, well, are you using APS-C to shoot those 7 kids, man? That's what we want to know.
Let me say this as gently as I know how. Hell no.
Don't be gentle.
I'm going to get a pillow to sit on.
Not even. I mean, for about 5 minutes, I thought about the Z30. But when I look at how the quality is on my Z6 II for video and for everything we're doing, and my 26-year-old strong, able-bodied son is rolling with that thing, I just don't have a need for me. Now, I asked him, does he have a need for it? He said, no, not really. I said, good, because like I told you before, Chuck, I'm not spending $800 on maybe.
Yeah.
I may use it.
No.
I'm not spending $800 on a paperweight. I'm not doing that.
Right. For you, you're absolutely right. Me too. However, one thing that it would do for me if I wanted to do it is it would give me a streaming camera, and I could take my Z6 down and actually start using it for other things.
But is it overheating? But somebody just said it's overheating.
No, it was in record mode, Ron. Every camera, if I click record on my Z6 right now, within about 45 minutes, it's done.
Hey,
I'm shooting 4K.
Hey,
right
Tay, are you taking notes?
I'm not gonna get that Z30 though if it's overheating.
No, man. I'm telling you, you use Fuji APS-C, but once you start using the GFX 50 for portraits, you're gonna be blown away.
I'm trying to rent that too. It's hard to get it where the camera store where I'm at is like I can't. Everybody trying to rent it out. So
I can send you the address in Kentucky where you can find one.
So Chuck, I've said all along, I think the Z30 and APS-C is for a certain market of people.
Yep.
And I'm open to that. I'm good with that. It's just the question was, Ron, Amar, and somebody else said in Verhagen, would you use APS-C? It don't have a chance in my house, man. Don't have a chance. In the Pollard home, it don't have a chance.
Here you go. Timothy puts up here, I don't shoot birds either. I shoot high school sports. That's why I want an APS-C from Nikon now.
Awesome.
The Z30 is not that camera that he wants.
No. Yeah. He wants that
D500. So what he's saying is he wants that pro body APS-C camera from Nikon. Right. Yes.
Right. Amar, oh my God. I didn't convince you, Tim. Did you see that comment?
But if the Z8 come with that, I get it.
Oh man.
If somebody showed up second shooting if somebody showed up second shooting for me with an APS-C, I would be disappointed.
All right, I want to try something new. I'm going to put comments up here. I'm going to be quiet. When I put it up here, you guys address them and talk to these people.
Well, I want to just say with Timothy, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Timothy.
I'm a failure already.
You shoot soccer for sports, or do you shoot everything for the high school, for the schools? You do basketball, indoor
Who are you
shots
talking
as
to?
well.
Who are you talking to, Jeffrey?
Timothy Brown.
He's talking to Tim
Okay.
on the
I
comment.
just wanted to see what kind of sports he shoots, whether it's outside sports like soccer, or whether he does indoor basketball as well, or what he's
Night
focusing
football
on.
games. So
See the advantage that the full frame has on the Z9 and maybe the Z8 or the Z7 III. We can go to APS-C. It can't go to full frame.
no, but it doesn't do justice when it's in DX mode. We've already talked about that.
Yeah,
It
that's
doesn't?
totally different. No,
That's
a
It's
full
not the same, Ron.
It
Yeah.
works, but it's not as good as a full APS-C body, because then
Correct.
you're using the full sensor.
Oh, he does lacrosse and football both.
Yeah, lacrosse is tough.
Ron,
no,
this is what you need. This is what you need.
you're probably shooting the highest frame rate you can if you're shooting lacrosse.
What you need with those 7 kids.
Amar's trying to stir up controversy in the chat here,
Controversy?
recommending Canon over Nikon.
I didn't recommend anything.
I'll
I just
tell
think
you,
he saw my videos and he saw what the camera can really do up on the screen, and I think he's
Yeah, they're
like,
coming
I'm
up.
going to order me one.
I think they're coming
Yeah.
out with this. I think they're coming out with the APS-C Pro level. I really do. I think they're coming out with that thing
Yeah,
sooner
they
than we
need to.
realize, guys. I think they're
Yeah.
coming out with that thing.
Oh,
I
look
think
at
it's gonna
Bass,
be
man. What's up, Bass?
this fall.
Bass has got a comment over here. Look at this. 18 to 35 for APS-C. We don't shoot APS-C, man. This live stream was just a hoax.
this is the live stream Chuck chose to do, but he didn't really want to do it.
Now Amar's going to everybody saying I put up clickbait.
Clickbait, yeah.
I was interested in that lens bus when it first came out, because at that time I was still shooting quite a bit with my D500, but since I put the D500 on the shelf, I wasn't so interested in it. But I like that focal range, 18 to 35. And what else? It was announced with the 50 to 150 or something like that, 75 to 150. I can't remember, but I liked the focal range.
Yeah, I can't speak about
I went to batteries.
off-brand lenses too much. I mean, I think the only off-brand lens that I've bought that's not Nikon is, and I got an older Tokina, I think it's an ATX Pro wide angle zoom.
Yeah.
And that's it. Everything else I have is Nikon glass.
But I think that it was actually asking you about that lens, maybe some interest in that lens. I can't give you any comparison between it and others or anything else, but I was very interested in it for APS-C. I just never did pick it up.
Hey,
Roy,
Uncle Chuck,
yes, sir.
so if the Z8 come with an APS-C, will you get it?
In other words, if they
If they
call
do it- right.
the APS-C body, name it a Z8, will I get
Right.
it? No.
Okay.
No, I want full frame. There you go. So David's going to get it, but no, I want full frame. I want a companion to my Z9. And before everybody starts throwing spears at me, yes, I can carry my Z6 II or my D850 or my D500. It's not what I want. Keyword want. Capital W, capital A, capital N, capital T. Got it? Want. All right. I want to clear that up. I don't need it. I want it. All right.
Okay.
I'll be
All
happy
right, Chuck.
if
We get it, Chuck. We
Yeah.
get it, Chuck. We surrender,
I
Chuck.
know. But some people still, I'll get an email saying something about you could still use your D850 as if I didn't know that, All right. All right. Hey, Roy, I agree. That's one of the great things about the new Z mount is the fact that you can actually adapt almost every lens ever made for the Z mount. It's incredible with that flange distance being so close. The problem with it is you can't use the Z, glass on F mount. That's the only holdback. So anyway, all right.
Chuck,
If you
Chuck,
could
you and your
adapt
rants,
your
man.
Z
You
lens-
and your rants are classic, Chuck. You know that? in this space, your rants are classic, man. It'll forever be remembered, man. Hey, Jeff, I'm so glad you got that going. Hey, we need to rant. We need to go. Hold on. We need to have a scale on his rants, Jeff, like they do in the Olympics. Is that a 10 or is that a 8?
2.0, 5.0?
That's a 10. That's a 10.
I'll have to make up cue cards.
Oh,
So
my
I actually
God.
got an email about that too, Jeff. You putting up the rant meter. Somebody saying, this is a joke, the channel's a joke and everything else. That's one I didn't answer. It's like, okay, I get it. I'm not for everybody. But I don't care to watch videos where people blow on lenses and smell them and whatever. So I get it, to each his own. Got it.
And sell pre-packs and everything else.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to take this and do this. Oh, just like a fine cigar.
And I'm not, you know what? Yeah, I guess I am busting on him a little bit, but I'm not really busting on him. Hey, you know what? He's got 1 million+ subscribers. Good on him. He's got a channel that's earning him money, a living. Good on him. Not my cup of tea. So there you have it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
This is
Still want
America.
to have a beer with him.
This is America.
Well, hey,
Childish Gambino said. Childish Gambino said, "This is America."
Somebody taking pictures of somebody falling off of skateboards is going to have more subscribers than me, and that's fine. That's the way it is. If you want to watch that, then go ahead and watch that. Whatever you like, man.
All right. Who wants to tackle this? Amar's not in there. He's changing batteries. I know he'd like to jump on that. Here you go. Answer Andy's question here. If pixel pitches of the FX and DX sensor are the same, then there is no difference between the resolution of a DX crop and a DX crop and a DX camera. No, I'll agree with that. You know what? I didn't read the whole question. Sorry about that, Andy. I was thinking that we were going to go back and revisit the whole, is a DX crop on a full frame exactly like it is with a APS-C camera. And no, those aren't the same. But yeah, I would guess you're absolutely right. The only thing I would say is, and here we go, I gotta throw this out there, but understand that I care about noise like a lot of people do. When you're cropping DX, if there is a noise issue with the smaller sensor, then you're going to see the noise. It's going to be more prominent, but that can be remedied now with third-party software and everything else, or you just like what it does for the image. Anybody else?
Well, I mean, noise issues with sensors is only reason it's not what it used to be is one, sensors have gotten a heck of a lot better. And two, you have the third-party software now that alleviates a lot of that. And granted, that's another expense that you have to incur. Right. And it's also something that adds to your post-processing time, which some people may be like, gee, it takes enough to go through them now, and now I got to run it through this program. But the programs do it pretty quick, so that's not that big a deal.
But to answer his comment, yeah, I agree with you. There's no difference. Got it. You're absolutely right.
If they're the same, which
I don't think they are, and also
usually not.
No. And if you're cropping, you're actually losing megapixels versus putting the same bird on a APS-C sensor.
Well, I think what he's saying is if you crop in DX with a DX camera, it's the same as cropping or using DX, or it will be the same. I don't know.
It's not.
I feel like it would be if you try cropping the DX using DX on a full frame, then I think I don't know. I don't think that the resolution changes.
Well, your pixel size is different.
That's right. It's all about pixel size.
APS-C size. So when you do the crop, the DX mode, all you're doing is narrowing down the active sensor area that you're using.
Amar
camera.
Explained that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just throwing pixels away that you're not using. You're not actually changing the characteristic of the pixels. Whereas
when you take the same picture on a crop sensor
You're using the whole thing.
You're using the whole thing, and
Yeah.
then you crop from there.
You know what? I'm
Yeah.
going to try this, and I challenge you guys to do it too. I'm going to shoot a couple of frames in DX mode, and then I'm going to go try to crop. I feel like you're losing a whole lot more because you're already cropped on the sensor. So it's what, 19 megapixels is what we were talking about.
Yeah.
And when you go in and crop, how much can you crop before it just goes wonky?
You're much better
All
off, like Aman said, you're better off. You get the full frame image and then you crop from that to what you need. Because most of the time when you've done that, you're rarely going to end up cropping it where it's the same as what the DX mode would be.
If I'm shooting with a 36 megapixel, hypothetically, DX camera, and I crop, it's going to be cleaner than it would be shooting on a full frame in crop mode at 18 megapixel or whatever.
You're correct.
Yeah.
All right. So I mean, that's basically what he's saying.
And that's what these crop bodies, the people that want these crop bodies are people like me, people shooting birds, especially shooting tiny birds. You know, that's really what these things are for. You know, not just what they're for, but that's the people that want them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a price point. It's a value that you can get out of not having to go buy a 600 f4 lens, being able to go buy that 400.
Well, I
stuck get a 600 out of it. I mean, that's what it's all about.
That, but I've also a 600 f4. I mean, I've got one, and I shot that on my D500 forever, and that you just can't beat
it. He's laughing, I think, at Mosman's comment. All we got to do is sniff the lens and get a million.
You guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely bananas.
I'll sniff the Z9.
Yeah.
I think Mosman need to come back to North Carolina.
You got to sniff it from the back.
You guys are absolutely amazing, man. Y'all are something else, man.
Mosman, come on back to North Carolina.
It's out of control. Mosman is straight out of control, man.
He's a character, no doubt about it. Casey, you might regret that if I actually did it. You can't unsee what you've seen. So thanks, though. Oh man!
Hey, you have to have a sense of humor in today's society, otherwise you don't survive. Let me tell you.
So Roy's talking to Tim about DSLR versus I guess mirrorless. Recent survey of press photogs showed most are still using DSLRs, Canon and Nikon. I don't know. I know that somebody was just in. Who was it? It was John Ishii talking about not Reuters. I don't know who. It just bought Z9s for the press pool. I didn't even know they still had press pools. So that was interesting. So I don't know. I think the independent photojournalists out there, that may be absolutely why that's a correct statement there. I don't know that all of them have changed. Patrick Smith, who frequents the channel, often talks about he's not changed yet, so he's still rocking a D6.
What I've been doing lately is when I've been looking at a lot of the sporting events, like the track and field competitions that just took place out in Oregon. I've been checking to see how many Nikons are out there, or Nikons are out there, and I know a lot of Canon is out there. So I've just been checking that out.
Hey, this is a good comment. Hey, Tim, I'm pulling your comment up here because it's interesting. Hang on, let me get Amar in here real quick. All right, Amar, you're in. Let me answer this real quick. Really, just talking about the press photographers and still using DSLRs. And you're saying that it really makes you feel better about continuing with your D500. Brother, there shouldn't be anything that makes you feel good about using your D500 other than you. It doesn't matter if it's not being used by anybody, man. And I'd hope you feel that way. Maybe this was just a comment you made. There's nothing wrong with shooting with a D500, D750, a D7000. Nothing at all wrong with that, man. We get in here with all the we get in here with all the chat about gear, new gear, and everything else. Why? Because that's that's the topic of the day when we get into the community. I know Roy's commented about it. He's tired of the gear talk too. But you know what? You guys drive the train, and if I put up no topic today on a live stream, you guys are in the chat. You're the ones that are driving where it goes, and I bet we go back to gear. Yeah, I can control that, but this is really about you guys. Anyway, I'm going to try to making some strides to change that a little bit, where we do talk about a few things. But no matter what I talk about, guys, understand this: it's not going to resonate with everybody. I've had not Frames IO. I'm sorry, Frame Voyager on here talking about video, and I know that people don't care. A lot of people don't care about video. But there are people that do. I'm going to do my best. I'm not apologizing for anything. I'm just letting you guys know where it stands. And I would challenge everybody out there. If there's a better way for this, rather than tell me or other live streamers or whatever, man, the time is ripe for you to get on YouTube and do this. And I would be one of your first subscribers. Okay. So anyway, that said, not an apology, just you guys know what's going on. Go ahead, Ron.
Chuck, I was going to say, Timothy Brown just said something about, I'm like you, Chuck. I just want the new technology. Let me say this. I think it's very important to distinguish in today's society and in our conversations that what we want may not be what that camera brand values. If they value making sales, that's one thing. But whatever their values are is how they're going to operate. And that's the thing that we've been trying to balance out since we've been having these kind of meetings and these discussions.
Yeah.
Because the truth of the matter is Nikon, Canon, Fuji, Sony, Microsoft, these are global brands. Their value systems are unique to them and to their cultures where they are all over the world. They're not just thinking about us in America. They're thinking about the whole world and different values from that whole world. So our gear acquisition syndrome may match up with theirs. It may not. So I'm just saying, for me, as a pro, as a working pro, I've had to keep that in mind and also keep in mind why I like and appreciate the Nikon brand versus some of the other stuff out there, So I just wanted to put that out there for anybody. That's all. Just a point of discussion. That's all. And that may not make any sense to anybody, but hey. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
Ron.
Vahagan.
Rock and roll.
Oh, that's my dude. That's my dude, boy.
Hey guys, I got Charles on the phone. He wanted to bring up something since we're talking about APS-C. Go ahead, Charles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just saying that I noticed in the last day or two, Nikon released a firmware update for the D7100. And I thought, now that's long-term taking care of your customers. It amazed me. It shocked me. I haven't done it yet to my D7100, but it's something I'll look at. Since you're talking APS-C anyway, I thought it was a good topic for the chat.
That's really awesome, Charles, because I hope freaking Sony's listening. Are you listening, Sony, to what he just said? Because that truly is awesome that Nikon's doing that, because they're not doing anything to a camera that's like a year old. It's just stale at this point. But it's exciting to see Nikon being 7100 came out, what, 4 years ago? 3 years ago?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Oh, I think a lot longer than that.
Yeah.
I thought I heard somebody say
like 10
that
years
software upgrade was 10 years,
old.
10 years after the fact.
Yeah.
Is it 10 years old?
Yeah.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Wow, I got
But
Batman.
it's great that they came out with that firmware update. But
Okay, well, I'm going to go. I just wanted to mention that
All right. You
Oh, that's
kicked the
awesome.
hornet's nest. We needed it. Thanks, Charles.
Okay.
All right, brother.
Bye.
Bye.
It is great that they came out with that firmware update for that camera. However, it's if you read it, it's not going to affect everybody. But apparently it must have affected some people enough to warrant them to do this. I mean, it's a very specific firmware update.
Yeah, it is. And it's also causing a stir because now everybody with every other model camera is saying, well, if you can do it for them, why not me? And add to that, because it came up a bit on Grays of Westminster this morning. You know, you got Z7 II people and Z6 II people. Where's my additional updates? And this is a newer camera. So I don't know. I think it's a good thing. I agree. You know, and all manufacturers need to do it more, I guess. And so it's good and bad. It definitely kicked the hornet's nest in the Nikon camp, though.
Well, the thing is, as Roy says, it was a bug fix. It wasn't like it was adding a feature. It was fixing a problem.
Right.
So it's a different thing. You know, what the Z6 II and 7 II owners want is to see an improvement. You know, I guess in their mind, they could say it's to fix a problem, but Nikon never promised that, as we've talked about before.
The Z6 II and Z7 II people want that camera to be a Z9, which it's not gonna.
Right.
But there probably is still room for improvement there, but it's never going to be a Z9.
No.
Well, you're correct. So think about it this way, guys. When you buy a car, right? Any car, doesn't matter what brand it is, right? You don't
Mercedes.
Well, I didn't say anything. You did again. Now. See,
I want to turn my Honda into a Mercedes.
I didn't say anything about a brand. You brought it up. I'm just saying a car, right? That if you buy a car, they are not going to give you, oh, come on, bring it back to the dealership, and then we'll actually energize it to the latest, what the latest cars can do. They will sit there and say, you know what, we found this issue because it's, if you don't do this, you'll go in and crash, for example, right? So please bring it in and we'll go in and fix it. So we're okay with that. But when it comes to camera, we always
if they have a recall on it.
That's a different story.
Recall's different. That's CYA.
Right, that's covering your rear end, right? Before it even gets to that point, like there are a lot of brands. I mean, like even my Honda Civic, right? They'll proactively send stuff, right? And to say, oh, bring this in because we found an issue with this, right? We'll go and fix it, no problem, all free of charge, this, that, and the other. And then we'll update all the software and this and that. They never give you what the 2022 model Honda Civic can do back in the old one, right? They only fix a couple of things here and there. But when it comes to cameras, it's almost like you're giving me a firmware update on a camera that's 5 generations old or 3 generations old. Why doesn't it perform like the latest one that's out there right now? Why do we have that expectation? It doesn't resonate with me. Can someone help me understand?
No.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that.
I don't get it either. No.
Anybody? And this is Nikon.
I can't explain it to you. I don't think it makes any sense.
I think part of the problem is the Z7 II. You know, Canon had and Sony had other cameras that just performed better than the Nikon cameras as far as autofocus, and they just expect Nikon to be able to cure that, and they did to some degree. It's much better. The Z7 II is. It's much better than it was. But it's just never going to be, I think, what they want it to be. That's the Z7 III or the Z8. That's what's going to be coming next.
Yeah. You know, I am actually, I changed my my speculation a bit when Canon dropped the R7 and the R10. And I've got to believe that there is a possibility that the camera that we see this year will be the APS-C Pro body in the Nikon lineup. So I'm mixed on whether it's going to be a full frame camera or it's going to be that camera. Because again, it's not that Nikon's responding to Canon. I mean, that happened a long time ago when they decided to go down this route. It's a matter of just both of them releasing cameras, and Nikon's definitely going to do a pro body. So I don't know how everybody feels about that. I said earlier, go ahead.
I want my Z9 to, since I'm a bird photographer, I want my Z9 to really lock on eyes like the R5 does. I've shot them both. I've shot the A1.
Yeah.
The R5 is much stickier for bird eye tracking.
Yeah. Yep.
Is that for bird? Is that for birds, sir? You just said
Yeah,
Yep.
for
So-
birds.
for birds. Okay.
Yeah,
Have you
I
shot it?
mean, I
Have you
can't.
compared
I
it for
can't.
people?
I have not. I don't shoot people, so I don't know.
So now there you go, Ronald. And we've talked about this ad nauseum. There are more birders now than there ever were. Okay. So how do you respond to somebody that says, I don't shoot people?
I can't.
Well,
I just say I say
hope
I
they
say
don't
good
shoot
on you
people.
because
That's against
because
the
I don't
law.
shoot.
Yeah.
I say good on you because I don't shoot birds.
Right.
And let me
people
clarify.
don't shoot
I
birds.
have shot.
I don't shoot birds.
I don't
I
shoot
used to
birds,
do.
man.
I used to do senior photo pics. I just personally got tired of dealing with people, and it just wasn't fun for me. I enjoy going out with nature.
It's a special calling to deal with people. It's a special
It
calling.
is. It is, and I envy you and everybody that does that.
That means your
All right.
patient was high.
There you go. Here's a comment. There you go.
And I won't touch a wedding.
Not just that, but let me go back to that. Isn't the one I wanted. Mike.
But to
you had
answer
the
that
other one.
question, the market is very small for bird photographers. And the
Oh,
only
yeah.
reason it gets so much press is because bird photography, sports photography, everybody just concentrates on birds, but anything fast speed taxes a camera the most, and that's
They
why
lump-
it's always brought up.
They
It
lump
is, but
sports and wildlife together.
people tried to compare cars to car tracking to birds. Not even close. Not
No.
even
I was gonna
close.
say
Birds are
constantly
erratic. Cars
chirping.
just go around
So-
in a loop.
Here's a comment by Mike Farwell. What do you guys think?
I don't know.
Well,
if-
they need a pro body. That's what they need. They should have a pro
Exactly.
They need
body
one.
in
They need
all
one
the disciplines.
pro APS-C body.
One pro body.
I think they do need. They need one pro
One,
APS-C
yeah.
body. Yes, one.
I'm not sure that birders. It's not really birders. It's wildlife. I'm not sure it's that small a market.
Now that's a whole different thing, though. That's a whole different thing, though. That wildlife thing. That's
Yeah.
different than birders.
Well,
me,
it is. It is.
my-
But I
that's
lump
very
them together
different
because I shoot both.
Um,
I
I
shoot
shoot
mainly
both
birds.
as well. I'll
shoot
shoot
mainly birds,
anything.
but
Tiger,
it's
lion,
anything
bear,
wildlife.
bird, lizard, snake.
So here we go. We need to build a bear concept. Nikon needs to open up stores in every city, and you go in there and you build your camera. I don't like color photos. I want a black and white only camera.
Nikon didn't build the 800 PF for anything, but specifically, that's a wildlife lens and geared towards birders.
So when it comes to gear, we're back to what I want is what's important, not what you want.
You mean you don't shoot portraits with the 800?
Well, you can if you're the Mats.
Yeah.
Mats do. Yeah.
D Moots, the reason I
Yeah.
say I see birders as different than wildlife, because under wildlife, I used to shoot a lot. I mean, a lot for like 20 years, African wildlife for safari, African
Yeah.
wildlife. So for me, when I hear the term birder, I'm not thinking rhinos, lions,
Sure.
giraffe,
Oh, yeah.
zebra. Okay.
Yeah, no, I
that's-
agree.
For
And
me, that's why I say
Yeah.
for me, when I think about birders, because I know African wildlife intimately well. I'm not shooting it right now this season, but I
Sure.
said, I did that for 22 years. So for me, that's why I have to just say, let's be more specific about what we're talking about.
yeah, no,
It's a
I
constant
agree with you.
That's crazy.
I
That's
agree
crazy.
with you.
Nasman is
Yeah.
crazy.
If you just separate out birders, yeah, it's a small minority.
Small percentage,
But,
yeah.
yeah, for sure.
Most updates won't be software based. So my point there really, Anthony, was you can't compare, automobile detection to bird detection. So, but if you get the AF where it nails a small bird that's only filling, 1% of the the frame, yeah, then you're going to get cars with no problem. Just because you get a car that it locks on and tracks extremely well, because it's typically filling so much of the frame, it's not necessarily going to translate two birds. That was my whole point. So, so I guess what I'm saying is it would be great for all of us if the Nikon Z9 tracked a bird the size of a pinhead at a mile away. Then it will work for everything. People, you name it.
Hey, Chuck, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
And I know this might be old school and out of date, but are we sure we're not underestimating the studio capability of the Z7 II? And I asked that because in studio, it's phenomenal. In studio, it's absolutely amazing. So when you're shooting models and when you're doing fashion work and you're doing all that, you saw Photo Me Ike and all these cats with Z6 for fast. So I'm just saying, who drives the discussion on what is high quality and what is not, for what genre and for what type of work? Because
consumers.
Well, okay, but which consumers? Because
the ones that scream the loudest, Ron. The ones that scream the loudest. That's all it is. And usually the ones that scream the loudest, you go look at their portfolio and you start listening to them. You have a filter in your ears that more nonsense coming, right? Because they don't have the skill behind it. And the people that have the skill, even with the original Z7, you can produce incredible freaking results.
Yes.
Is that Amar speaking?
Yeah. Hey, no, sorry. I
just couldn't see it.
Everything on. Okay. All right, I didn't turn it on.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, now you should be able to see me. Yeah.
I thought maybe you were sitting there naked eating peanuts or something.
I was actually eating peanuts. How the heck did you know that?
Hey, Chuck, don't get him started, Chuck, please. Please, Chuck, spare us, Chuck, spare us.
You can hear him in the background eating.
But seriously, I mean, it all comes right on back to, we want all this tech. What are you going to do with it? Right? Are you producing something that's even worthwhile looking at out of all of that tech? Because if you're not, who cares if you have a Ferrari in the driveway and you're driving at 10 miles an hour in traffic, right? It's a waste of time. That's not what the car was designed to do.
It makes you feel good.
Well, it surely does, but
it's all about want. It's all about want. Want has more money than need. I will tell you this: want has more money than need. Okay.
Have you guys?
And if I'm selling something, I want all the wanters over here.
Have you guys
needers?
Has any one of you guys driven a? Has anyone of you guys driven a G63 AMG?
Yeah, it's nice.
Okay, so I bring that analogy up because check this out. It's an SUV.
Why are you getting a G-Wagon, man?
Wait, hold on. I'm not getting that. I'm just saying, have you driven one?
Oh yeah, G63. I drove it to go buy the damn thing, and then my wife is like, it drives like a U-Haul. I'm like, it really does. But so it's awesome.
It's an SUV,
right?
But it's not practical. Gas mileage sucks. Storage room sucks, but it's a different experience.
And it's $200,000 for a used one.
It's a different experience. When you close the door, it feels like a tank.
Right.
The wind. Not only that, the windshield. When you look outside, you see the boxed square hood. The glass comes straight down. The windows of the side, the windows are straight down. Like, it's just a different experience. Same thing with that. You don't need all this.
But when you show up in that at a rock and roll concert, you're probably the baddest ass guy.
All right. I got to say this. I did need a G-Wagon.
You bought one?
No.
That was your G-Wagon.
I had a level 7 up armored G-Wagon in Iraq, and I needed it. Okay, so
absolutely,
I have to change my whole. I wanted it too. I wanted it bad.
Yeah,
especially when it got shot at. Then I needed it.
Do you guys print pictures? Do you guys print? I know Ron does. I can already see it.
Yeah, I print.
No. I send them to be printed.
Why would I print photos and I have Facebook?
Chuck, you have a G-Wagon in the B&H video.
If the client wanted picture print, I I'll tell them to print them.
My photos will be here forever on Facebook, right?
I print
Right.
and I do photo shows locally here at different areas. So I print quite a bit, but I print my stuff through Adorama,
Awesome.
through Printique.
Awesome.
Now, wait, Amar, you have the ML, right? You have an ML.
I have the GLS 450.
Okay. Yeah, it's a nice SUV, but the G-Wagon has that exhaust.
It does. We drove it, Vahagan, I kid you not. I drove probably 400 miles to all different dealers to find one. First of all, out here on the East Coast, they're very hard to get, just like it is in California. And once you find them, the problem with them is everything is marked up like 30, 40 grand above even what it's worth because, they're so limited. And you try to get a new one, you got to wait for freaking ever. And if you find one, you're paying through your nose. It's almost like 100 grand over the sticker for the car. We drove it. It's really cool. It has a cool factor for sure.
Cool factor.
Yeah. That's the best way I can describe it. I liked it a lot. But is that something that I would really want to drive from here to New York? And I would not. I'd rather go rent a car at that point. Like you said, it's not practical. But if you're after the cool factor, I get it. If you live in Hollywood, you got to have one, man, just to be, hang out,
Yeah.
because you're cool.
Same thing with cameras. I mean, you buy a Leica rangefinder.
Hey,
not
man,
because
don't
it's-
talk about Leica. Ron, are you
Hold
listening
on.
to what he's
Oh,
saying?
here we go.
Ron's coming back on video. Hold on. Ron, I'll take care of it.
You buy one of those, not for the practicality of them. It's the whole experience.
It's the experience.
The
You are correct.
rangefinder.
You are correct. And you will never know what that experience is unless you actually experience it for yourself and try it.
Not borrow it, own it. You have
You
to
got to
own
own
it.
it. You got to
Hey,
own it.
Anthony,
You got to live with it.
I just want to say I agree with you. And I think the people, they don't care. It's not that they don't know. They just don't care. They want it now, and they want it to happen without any discussion of how difficult it may be to do that. So I agree with you, man. I agree with you.
Hey, J-Rod, they make a G-Wagon APS-C. It's the two-door one. Two-door version.
Here you go, Moz, man. You're absolutely right, buddy. But this is the here and now, and this is what we have to deal with. This is what manufacturers have to deal with. Again, you know what? People can argue with me all day long about the need, the real need, this, that, whatever. Look at it from a marketing standpoint. If you want Nikon to remain absolutely relevant, then they have to move with the times. And, birding became I don't know where it came from. I don't know how it started. We can go back, with the Z9, when the Z9 we were seeing all the teasers. I remember then everybody, well, how is it with birds? How is the, bird AF? And you guys remember, you saw all the comments. You would think that's the only photography that would ever be done. But you know what? I will give it this. If you can shoot birds with the camera, wait a minute, because I can shoot birds with my pinhole camera. Yeah, I know. I got it. But if it excels in shooting birds, then you can guarantee it's going to excel in everything else. Is that a fair assumption? I mean, would you disagree with that? Would you think the AF wouldn't be capable for people if it shot birds, perfectly? AF was perfect for shooting birds in all situations.
Yeah,
with everything.
I see what you're saying. I can agree with that.
For that same type of thing, but I mean, it still doesn't necessarily mean it would be a good landscape camera.
I'm not saying that, Jeffrey. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if it caught a bird when it's 1% of the frame and locked on its eye, does anybody think that it wouldn't catch an eye on a human?
Oh,
well,
no.
and it better. I mean, if
All
it
right,
can do that.
My point there is that we're not being hurt with the whole chatter about birds. I'm just sick of hearing about it.
Yeah.
Not bird photographers. I'm just sick of hearing about bird AF. But yes, I think we can all agree if it's great for birds, guess what? You're going to be able to shoot your puppy when it's sitting at your feet.
Yeah.
And it's going to walk on the eye like there's no tomorrow.
Let's put the pedal to the metal, right? So we're talking about APS-C. We're going to talk about APS-C prints, right?
Yeah.
This is the print.
Okay.
All
right.
Yes, it's not in flight, but it's actually shot with an APS-C camera about 6
Got it.
generations old.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
This is 8x10.
Is anybody actually debating on the quality of prints from
There
APS-C.
you are. That's
Yep.
the same one.
Yep.
Now much bigger.
Yep.
Now I'll tell you the camera later, what it is, and don't fall off your chair when I tell you.
Well,
We're all about, you know.
the pixel peepers are the
Okay,
the
okay,
pixel
okay, okay.
peepers are the problem.
Okay, let me settle this with, again, it's not about, you know, what you can get away with. I can get away with, get the ramp meter because I'm fitting to go off. It's not about, this isn't about what you need again. You know, I can catch great photos with my FE2, like I said. I can catch great photos with my D5000 when I had it, which is just an entry-level camera, or almost entry-level. There was one cheaper.
Because that was the camera you had at that moment.
But my point is that, yes, I agree with everybody that wants to bring that. That argument is getting so old, though. It's not about what you can do with what you have. Where do you all, have you all lost the whole marketing scheme for companies? It's not about doing with what you have. Ford, Chevy, Dodge never said, you know what, your car's pretty good. It's good enough. Don't buy this new one, or we're not going to build any new models, because people want. And that's all that's necessary. We can do everything we want to do with the cameras we had 5 years ago.
Right. So Vahagan, this is for you. This is the San Bernardino Valley shot with from a convertible on an 8 megapixel Canon 30D, which is about 20 years old.
There you go. Yeah.
Right? And here's Red Rocks shot with the 5D Classic, which is 12 megapixel. And that's Colorado way down there. I just want to prove a point, because we lust over things we don't understand. So we're not putting the money where our mouth is when it comes to talent. We don't have to. We throw talent away. You're missing it again, Amar. It's not about talent. It's not about re-education of photographers. It's about people wanting to buy cameras. And you can preach all day long, not you, but everybody can preach all day long about the camera you got is good enough. It is. But it's not. Who can tell me on this call right now, right? With all this technology we have, what was this picture of Grand Canyon shot with?
D2H.
Can you see
I
the
have
detail?
no idea.
No idea. And that's the deal. You can shoot with all these cameras and prints. You'll
That
never
could have been
know.
shot with anything.
It's the pixel peeping people on the internet that drive this
Until
stuff.
you print. There's a reason why it's called photograph, right?
Yeah.
Today, we're all about imagery and bullshit on Facebook. It is not photography.
I can get that same picture on this camera, the Fuji.
Yeah.
This is photography. This is when you print your work, you, my friend, have actually completed the life cycle of photography.
Yeah.
Until you print, you got nothing. If you got everything sitting in a negative, it means nothing till you print it. Means nothing.
Yeah, I agree. I used to print off D2H files, 4 megapixel.
So this right here, you're gonna die laughing when. So you hit it right there. Vahagan, was that you?
What, the D2H?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this was shot on the Canon 1D Classic, 4 megapixel CCD sensor, and guess what? With a freaking kit lens that was a 28 to 135 piece of junk. And I got this kind of resolution out of it. So now sit here and talk to me about, I need 60 megapixels.
I will. I will. I absolutely will, because Nikon, Sony, Canon isn't selling cameras because your camera is good enough.
How much are those companies paying you, Chuck, to actually do the marketing for them?
I can get that same image what you just shot on this camera.
Well,
I can get the same image with a pinhole camera. I can get the same image with my FE2.
Okay, so then that, if you can shoot the same image with the camera you have today, which I shot 15, 20 years ago.
Go ahead. I'm going to surprise you.
How much advancement did you really have in technology at that point? What advancements did you get out of that technology? Nothing.
It's not new.
It just proves the point.
It's not new. I want new. I want a red car. It's not practical, but I want one. I want to buy new cameras as fast as they can make them. I want them.
They're not paying you, Chuck.
But that's not the point. It's the consumer out there.
Different camera get that same picture.
You know, when Canon starts doing that, you send me the link, because I want to go watch their videos when they say, hey, folks, we're putting out a new camera, but you don't need it.
Hey, Robert makes a really good point here on that comment where he says one thing for sure, where pros are still using older gear. when we were doing that BMX competition, you saw that official photographer for that event was using the regular 1DX.
That's right.
1DX, and he was
Nothing
using,
wrong with it.
and he wasn't even using mirrorless cameras yet.
Don't
he was
need
just
it.
1DX,
Oh.
and he had
It's the
another
one.
DSLR.
Oh Lord, they don't get it.
For any consumer product you buy, any consumer product you buy, whether it be a refrigerator, a stove, a camera, it doesn't matter. The people that make that product, their job is to convince you that that next widget is
Bingo.
you can't live without it.
You
And
can't
you
live without it.
can, but they're going to tell you you can't,
You can't.
and you're going to buy it. And that's what marketing is all about, is to convince you that this is like the neatest thing in the world and you got to have it.
You
And
gotta have
that's what it comes down to.
Gotta
I
have
love
it.
that. Hey, by the way, Amar,
Uh-huh.
because you use Canon, I love that original 1DX body. I think that body was one of
Oh,
the
it's badass,
best
man. I'll grab it
DSLR.
for you.
And the 1DS Mark II. Remember the 1DS Mark II?
I have them. Oh, they're downstairs in the other case. I can bring all the 1Ds up. I have 7 of them.
I believe you.
Yeah, and I bought them for $7,000 to $8,000. So when people tell me, "Oh yeah, you know all this new stuff," just save it, brother, save it. You have no clue, because the original 1D back then had just like the original 1D1 whatever Nikon had of equivalent at that time in 2002 2003. It had a shutter in it that could go 1/16,000th of a second on a mechanical shutter back in the day.
Hey, Amar.
And we can't even do that today. We have to go electronic for that.
Amar, why did you buy the R7?
Why did I buy the R7? For the reach. Really, honestly, for the reach.
You need it?
And that's why
I need the reach.
I want the APS-C Nikon.
I need the reach. This is a need. It's not even a want. I need it because you know what? I need the reach. I am not going to sit there and start cropping. It's a need.
You didn't need it. You were fine with the camera you had. You just said it. With the cameras you had, you were fine. Everything was good. You didn't need it.
True, but to have a companion, like Canon puts it, it's a good companion to an R5, R6, which is the R7.
I love the defense.
I got the companion.
I love the defense.
That's
here.
marketing for you.
Yeah.
Marketing.
Okay. So the whole point again is, who cares what you need if you want? And you can afford it, go get it. I want
if you
them
want
to
it,
continue,
you'll find a way to get it. That's right.
I want them to continue to build cameras and put new widgets and gadgets in it. That's me, okay? And it doesn't hurt anybody else because nobody's saying, hey, we just put out a Z9, so you got to give up your D6 and your D5 and your D4 and your D4S and your D3. Nobody's taking anything away from you because they're entering a new product.
Right.
But people want to complain about it, though. Why do you need it? Why are they complaining about it, Amar? Why do people complain about it?
Because we live in this society today that we're entitled to every damn thing. The entitlement phase, right? If you look, like Ron's on here. Ron, are you still here? This is going to be really good. It's going to prove a point.
They probably listen.
He's probably talking to the 7 kids.
He listens.
But Hagen, you've been around a long time, right? I mean, all of our hair. I mean, I dye my hair, but you know, it didn't turn white overnight. Same thing with you, Chuck, right? I mean, you've seen life a little bit. When we were in the 2000s, right? 2002 all the way to 2010, 2015. We weren't competing with, you know, credit card junkies that couldn't afford stuff. We used to save freaking for like 5-10 years to be able to buy one body. Today, I'm gonna be diplomatic. Anyone and their brother with absolutely no freaking experience can walk into a Best Buy, pick up a Z, whatever it is, print some business cards, and start bullshitting clients that they are a professional photographer. You know how many weddings I actually end up redoing because you had a dumbass shoot it that didn't know what the hell they were doing.
All right. BS and idiot.
So it comes back to it comes back to the skill. So we're not concentrating on skill, yet we lust for the tech. If you have the skill and you're lusting for the tech, go for it by all means.
Yeah,
absolutely. But if you don't have that, at least buy some piece of junk somewhere, dirt cheap, and learn the art. This is art. Photography is not about just holding. I got 30. I got 1. Oh, I got 40. Oh, I got another 200. That's not what photography is. Let me frame this thing right. Is the lighting right? Okay, no, great. Let me move here, zoom with my feet a little bit. That's not a concept, because what we do, oh, I got 200 to 600. Hold on, let me bring it in closer. Oh, look at that framing. It's called lazy and accidental photography today, because the camera is smarter than the guy behind the shutter. I can guarantee you that your camera can think faster than you can.
I guarantee you're right, but that's still not selling me on the point of re-educating America on photography so they quit buying cameras because they don't need anything new.
Because you know what? Once we're gone, Chuck, these guys will never know the basics. If you don't have the basics in photography down, honestly, you can keep on doing accidental for only so long.
YouTube teach you everything.
Look, YouTube teaches you nothing.
Look,
YouTube teach you everything.
Look, I agree. I agree. It's nice to share all that wisdom. It is. But you know what? It often turns into bashing of your desire to have the latest tech with it. You're not going to change anybody's mind. People are going to buy what they want to buy. And that's how camera manufacturers survive. And so I don't like the whole fact of we're going to shame people into, I was going to get the R5, but I've got a whatever and an old Canon DSLR that still takes good pictures, so I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to shame anybody because I don't want people to say, did you need it?
Let me ask you a flat out question.
Yeah.
How many people own one of these? You own one?
Yes, I do.
Why do you have it? This is old tech. Why do you have this crap?
I don't use it. I don't use it.
Why do you not use it?
Because I don't need to.
You don't need to.
I know my lights. Because I'm making your point here. Because I know my lights, I know the camera settings, and I can dial it in within.
And how did you get to know that, Chuck? How did you get to know that, Chuck?
By shooting.
By doing what?
By shooting.
Oh my God! 20 years ago, were you the same level of skill when it came to photography as where you are today?
What? I'm agreeing with you on that. But what I'm not agreeing with is you're gonna change the world by teaching them.
I at least I'll make an effort to breed. If I can breed 100 new photographers that actually learn it the right way and can carry that on for the rest of their life,
I think that's
I've done
fantastic.
my part when it comes to photography.
I think that's fantastic. Anthony Toglife is in here, and he's been doing a lot of instructional videos, and I applaud him for that. But ask him how those go over, and I applaud him because he doesn't
one watches those.
Yes, but I applaud him because he continues to do it, and they are very informative. Okay.
Yep.
All right. But that's not going to take away from the fact that camera manufacturers are going to slow down production or stop production or do anything. And if people want something, they should go buy it. And we shouldn't hold people to the same standard or this standard when it comes to all the other things that people want to buy. Do I need a 100-inch 8K TV? No. But if I want it, what's wrong with going to buy it? What's the difference between doing that and buying the next latest, greatest camera?
You have to understand something.
How many lights you be using?
But they're two different things, though, Chuck.
Yeah.
How many lights you be using?
Photography is art. Watching TV is not an art. They're two very different things. It's a skill. If
you want to teach people, I'm telling you right now, if you really want to teach people,
you're going to teach people how to be a couch potato. Seriously, you're going to teach people how to be a couch potato, a professional couch potato. Let me show you.
Bad analogy, buddy. Bad analogy. If you think photography is about art now, you haven't watched YouTube lately.
Well, I don't have to watch YouTube because YouTube doesn't define what my clients are willing to pay me and what Ron's clients are willing to pay them for. Because I guarantee you, they sit there and say, Ron, you were on the live stream.
But you're right. But every time you tell people you learn your skill before you buy a camera.
That's right.
I think it's a wonderful saying, but let it go with that. And don't drop any shame on anybody that says, okay, I know enough. Don't quiz them. Let them do what they want to do is my point here.
I don't really care what they do. All I'm telling you is I simply had that same thing for the last 6 years on my channel. You think that you are an expert in something, show me your photos.
There you go.
Show me your photos. I'll listen to anything you have to say. If they look like crap, I really don't have anything to really gain from you at that point because you're talking more than you're actually practicing. You know what I mean? Shooting.
Do you use that flash meter?
What's that?
Do you use that flash meter?
Absolutely.
How many lights you be using?
I just use one light. And
One light.
this is metered to my face, not based on what the camera says. It's based on this.
I'm talking about for your clients. How many lights you be using?
Oh, I have up to 6 speed lights that I actually fire off, and
So
they all
you-
are
so
done
you-
through this.
So
I
when you
shoot-
shoot, you using six lights.
it depends on how many. I mean, usually 2.
And
sometimes
so
4
that's
and
why
6.
that's why you use your flash meter.
No, that's not why I use it. I use it to balance, right? You have to be able to shape light. So if you watch Gary, so you guys are big Nikon folks, Jerry Guiones, right? Look at this guy. He is a living freaking legend today. What does he teach you about light, right? Move the body. What? You guys know the statement, right? You guys do follow your ambassadors, I hope. What does he
No.
teach you?
Team Fuji.
Move the body away from the light and turn the face back into the light. Okay, simple concept, right?
Yeah.
About lighting. Like this is what Roy's talking about over and over and over. No, we don't
I-
talk about lighting. We don't talk about this, that, and the other. That is skill, and that is something that only comes when you practice. You cannot learn that shit on YouTube. You have
That's
to
crap.
make your mistakes. That's what I'm getting at. Buy all
I
the cameras you want.
only use one light or maybe 2.
And-
That's
and
it.
that's
Well,
okay.
that's
That
a
works for you.
technique. That's a technique, and
Yeah.
anybody can use 1 light or 100. I get
Exactly.
that, absolutely.
Exactly. That's
All right.
irrelevant. It's do you
But I
understand how to
still
control
don't
it?
Right.
use no.
And I
still
would
don't
hope
use that
everybody
flash
wants
meter.
to experiment. I hope
But
everybody
Tay-
wants to
Tay,
experiment. I hope
this is
everybody
what I
wants
would
to go back
challenge you
and
on.
use the exposure triangle. I
This
think
is-
all
this is
that's
the-
wonderful.
Well, this is what I would
But
challenge
here
you on.
you
Tay.
go. Here's a comment.
Take 30 days. Take 30 days for your son. Forget about the auto setting for a second. Take 30 days. Go buy one of these, right? And then within 30 days, you should be able to look at any scene with your bare naked eye, and you should be able to come within a third stop setting. I want to shoot it at ISO 100. I'm thinking more like 5.6, maybe 7.1, maybe f8 at this shutter speed. If you
Yeah.
can get to that within a third, get rid of this, chuck this, and this conversation is mute. And if
Yeah.
you can't do that without, let me see, hold on, I got exposure compensation. Let me move this up, let me move this down. That's what I mean. The camera is smarter than you are.
Hey,
And a lot of the times when you bring it in, I'll fix it in post. No. you
Hey,
won't fix it.
Amar, I'm with you on everything you say, except for the fact that we're going to re-educate anybody that's looking for a camera. That is not going to happen. Okay. I'm with you on everything. Okay.
Okay, so that's going to be my thing
now,
on my
now
life.
wait. Look at this comment here. Hey, Ray, I love you, man. But why would you say maybe the worst thing ever fitted to a camera's auto setting? Why is that?
Mhm.
Why is that?
Because most people don't know how to use it right.
Don't care.
Well, that's
There
why you
are
have so
people
many
that
shitty
can.
images
There are people
uploaded every day.
there are people that can use it and use it well.
Absolutely.
You use it. I use.
I use it, but I have a professional view to it because I know what the limitations are on where I want to push the art that I'm actually creating.
Well, hey Tim, thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, and nobody's going to leave here, no matter what the discussion is about. Nobody's going to leave here enemies, too. That's the great thing. That's what I
So
love
that's
about
that's
this
the
community.
angle that I want to take, and you leave your angle here. It's all about the want versus the need.
Yep.
I'm going to start probably doing live streams where we're going to educate.
All right.
And based in an educated customer,
Yep.
can you imagine what their wants would be once they really know the art of freaking photography? They would blow the shit out of whatever they produce or
Crap out
whatever they
of. Crap
produce.
out of. I'm going to help
Right.
you, man. I'm going to help you with your channel. Crap out of.
Amar,
Yeah, go ahead.
did you go to school for photography or you learn?
I actually learned over a period of 40 years with multiple mentors, and my dad being one of them. So, and I've probably
So
shot
those-
over 600 weddings and probably shot over 1,000 events throughout the career. So
Okay.
a lot of history, a lot of clients, and obviously also being published in Forbes.
Right. That's how I learned. I learned from different photographers and
That's
YouTube.
right. That's right.
And watching
Anthony-
other
Yeah,
stuff.
Anthony, that's a whole other subject, but I agree. And that's where I was going earlier, but I don't want to get any more sidetracked. I agree with you. I'm sick of people telling people their photos are
Everyone's
crap.
standard is different. You're correct.
That's right.
That is correct. And that's what I'm saying. Even with black and white, this whole thing about, oh, I'm gonna make everything like super contrasty. If you like that, fine, right? But if you're a printer that has actually printed pictures like in a dark room, that's
wait.
black and white film, you'll always see that it's never that black noir look, right? It's all about the gray gradations when you actually edit black and white images. That's why when you look at Leica and things like that, you're pushed to that. And people like Ron, I mean, I know he's talking to probably his client right now. He can attest to this, right? It's the beauty that you're presenting of the work that you're doing. You know, today it's so easy to just put work out there because, you know, you just hit a button, download, upload, whatever, you're done, right? And thousands of people see it. And even if 40 of them don't like it because they love you, they're going to say, oh man, this is awesome. This is awesome. And you're looking at it and saying, you know, it's not even lit correctly, right? To your point, Tay, right? Two lights up, you know, should have used another light in the back, bro. You know, it just looks terrible the way it is. Hand position, right? If you look at the hand position, like you look at Jerry Gionis's new video, the guy is holding the hand. Why does he circle the hand? The hand position of the posing is just as important in the art that you're actually creating.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
It's a lot to it. It's not as simple as just buying a camera at Best Buy and just holding down the shutter button. Trust me.
It isn't. You're absolutely right. And if you go out and buy an R3 or a Z9 and or an A1 and an A1 as your first camera, you're probably making a mistake unless you got lots of money. And I'm not going to tell you you shouldn't have. You got money, you bought it, enjoy it. Go.
Absolutely.
Go. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I'm not going to shame anybody by saying, well, you didn't need it.
Right.
This is the crap that I get over on Nikon. I can go over there all day long and say, I'm going to buy this. Well, do you need it? Well, here we go again. Do I need it? You know, and the financial advisor is going to chime in and say, you know what that's going to cost? Can you afford it? Well, if I'm buying it, I guess I feel like I can afford it, but oh, wise one, please help me.
Long Rider wants to know what the M means. See, Long Rider has been with me for so long. This guy was all auto type of guy, all JPEG type of guy. He still shoots JPEG. But if you look at where he has come in the last 3 years, if you look at his photos to where they were to where they are, he used to argue, oh my God, this picture looks awesome. And then Max and I would be like, yeah, it looks good, man. It looks good, right? Because we didn't want to hurt his feelings. But now that he goes back and looks at it and says, oh my God, I actually made you look at all that crap. And he can comment. Go ahead and comment up here, Long Rider, of your real journey being on that channel and what have you learned from an education perspective. And he'll put it right here. Go ahead, right? Type it, because I want people to really understand it is not about the freaking gear. It is all about your skill, because I should be able to give you the crappiest camera there is and you will still produce remarkable results.
Yes.
But you know, Amar, while I agree with you 10,000%, in my soul, I agree with you 50,000%. I know that what Chuck has been saying, it took me a long time to sit back and think and reflect on why Chuck is so adamant. Why does he rant at 10,000% when it comes to Nikon, do this, do that, do this, do that? His argument is not a skill argument based on skill. It's an argument based out of survival and market share and growth.
Right.
And too much of the conversation, while I agree and I support and I understand where he's coming from, too much of the conversation today has been about brand wars. Mm-hmm. And part of Chuck, and I'm not just speaking for you, Chuck, but I've had to process this over the last 8 months, Chuck, since I've known you. Mm-hmm. I think that part of it has been what they call, he's been trying to push the toxicity out of that type of conversation.
Right.
But Nikon has to do its part in terms of producing and putting equipment and stuff out there.
Sure.
But the conversation really should be more so about skill sets, developing, critiquing your eye. How do you manage color? How do you handle depth of field?
Absolutely.
What do you do with dynamic range? Those are things we don't talk about enough. We don't talk about that enough. However,
they don't want to talk about that because that's not a need or a want. That's skill.
It doesn't sell.
It doesn't sell, right? So,
Yeah.
Ron, you and I know there's a reason why you're drawn to certain brands, right? Once you understand photography as an art, every brand to you, it almost is at an equal playing field. Yes, some have things that are a little bit better. This, that.
Except Leica. The only thing that's different to me is Leica. Leica is.
You got it.
I don't care
why
what
is
your
it
skill
different?
set is. That's a
See, I told you
other
you would
animal.
say that. See,
No, but I've been saying that. I've been saying that all along. Leica
Stop
is.
sending him money to say that.
I didn't.
No,
I've been
Leica
He
is just
like
not
it.
a
He
fair-
like us.
Leica is just not a Chuck. Leica is not a fair conversation. All right, Leica is just not. I don't care what anybody says, Jeffrey. You put that in your hands and you see those colors that come from that. That's a whole. That's a universe. That's another universe, man.
It is.
But keep going, Amar. I'm sorry.
No,
and
but,
yeah,
you
take Venmo. I
just
take
proved
Venmo.
my point. You just proved my point. When people reach that pinnacle, when it comes to the art of photography, right? All of these things that about all these other conversations that you're having, mine's better than yours, and all this becomes a mute point, right? It really is a mute point because you know something that's of even a higher being, and that's why now we're at the point where, Ron, the first thing that you do, trust me, when you hire, if when people come over, right, to hire me, they don't sit there and say, "Well, what camera do you use? Do you use the latest Canon one, or do you use the old one?"
They do.
They don't.
Sometimes.
Well, then if your
I
clients
had
are
that
asking you
before.
that, that's not a client for you. You need to move on.
I know.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Chuck.
I think
Yeah,
Verhagen
I'm
threw him
showing
out
you.
the window, right, Verhagen? You throw that guy out the window, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, Chuck. I'm showing
literally,
you.
Amar, I had
I'm-
that happen.
I'm showing you guys not because I'm bragging, but because it's real. This is anywhere from $850 to $2,000 sale that just took place.
That's great.
That's why
man.
that's why I had you guys on mute, because
Yep.
she wants $800 to $1,000 for headshots.
Yep.
Verhagen, headshots,
Yeah.
headshots,
Yep.
freaking 3 headshots.
How many lights you gonna use?
Huh?
One for each head.
No, it
How
don't
many-
matter.
Each head.
Man, I can use one light. It don't matter to me. I can use one light. It don't. That don't. Man,
That's what I mean,
She
Tay.
can't take
Are,
these back.
are you gonna use your flash meter?
I can if I want to, but Tay, I live in this. So for
Yeah,
me,
that's why I was saying, like,
oh, okay.
Omar
I
use
mean,
flash meters because he got 6 lights.
I can
Where-
do. I can
Do
do.
you
I can
know
do
why
3
I
lights
use it?
or 1 light. It don't matter. It won't
Right.
matter.
I don't need on flash
I'm gonna
meter
ask
because you
let-
already
let's
got
ask-
the knowledge
let-
of how which your
And
light
that's what he was saying, Tay. That's exactly what
that's
Amar
I'm
was
saying.
saying.
So Ron, why do we use this, Ron, in the studio or anywhere? Why do we use this?
Just to try to be perfect. What's up, man?
Why,
Just to try to be
why do
perfect.
you have to be perfect all the time? But why?
For
What does that do for you
standards,
later?
from my own standards, my own level of standards,
Right.
from my perfection, because my idols are Joe McNally
That's right.
and Herb Ritz
Photography.
and
That's awesome.
Thanks, Vaughan. We needed that.
Hey, Jeff, where is Moz Man when I need him? Where is Moz Man when I need him right now?
Moz Man left, I think.
That is great.
Somebody rescue me. And I'm saying that because the skill sets, people are trying to cheat the process, Chuck.
That's right.
And the brand won't help you cheat that. Maybe if it's like it, but the brand won't help you cheat that. You got to deal with, and you're right, Verhagen, it don't sell. So when D Mood says to me the eye tracking on an A1 for the birds is better than the Z9, okay, I mean, or when that dude Bayou Josh was talking like that, I'm like, okay, whatever. That don't move
You
me.
gotta understand, it's not all about birding, guys. Seriously, it is not all about birding, because you know what?
I know
Chuck
it's not.
does? What I do in the studio and what I do with weddings, that is the eye autofocus just as important? It is, right? It's not all about birds. It's all about people too, right? I mean, and what we do and try to make our life simpler. So technology can, definitely enhance what you're trying to do if you understand how to use it correctly.
Sure.
Right? That's the key. Right?
And that's what Tay was talking about, that knowledge.
That's
that
right.
working knowledge.
And that you will never get on YouTube unless you go there and keep on clicking pictures and keep on making the mistakes and staring at it and saying, "Oh shit, I messed this up." Oh, shoot.
And my,
Oh, crap, I
and my
messed this up.
knowledge, my
Right.
knowledge is all in the field. Everything I've learned is being out shooting.
Making a
You know, at
mistake.
times almost
Winning
every
and
day.
losing, failing,
Man,
failing
I
and
had a-
succeeding,
That's right.
guys.
If
Failing
you
and
go
succeeding.
back and find my old video run, I did a video, and it had a picture on there that was out of focus, right, from a wedding, right? So my wife is like, she scans the pictures right when they get back, and this one's out because it's out of focus, no good, no good. And she took it out. I'm like, where did that photo go? It was out of focus. She goes, I took it out. It's no good. And I'm like, I like that picture. And she goes, no, we can't deliver that. That's not your best work. I'm like, you know what? That's actually a masterpiece. And she's like, what do you mean? I said, because I can see the bride and I can see the dad right in there. That emotion is there in that picture, even though it's out of focus. I printed the damn thing big, right? 20 by 30. Guess what? She looked at all the pictures that I printed, and that was the one that she saw it, and she freaking started, crying. That is the most beautiful thing that I've seen. I'm like, it's out of focus. It's kind of screwed up, so I'm not going to charge you. You know what? I'm just, can you take this and please put this actually in our main room in our home? So this is what I'm saying to you. When we go for perfection all the time, we totally tend to forget that people that you're serving with your photography, they're actually human beings with emotion. Emotion. If you can't make your bride or your client cry from the pictures you've taken, my friend, try harder till you do. Because you know what? There are people like Joe Busnek, right? He used to shoot Nikon. He shoots freaking Canon. He's out in California today. Incredible freaking work.
Phenomenal.
These
Phenomenal
are legends.
For years. Phenomenal for years.
These are legends, and that's what you got to strive to become. Not, I'm gonna be a little spray and pray junkie over here. Hold on, I got you here. I got something, right? And what do they do? Oh, I got it on Instagram. Hold on, let me post it. Post it, done. That's really it. That's your workflow. Right? 30 frames, something's going to hit. I'm just going to upload one to Instagram. I'm done. I'm a professional photographer. Please hire me.
All right. The question is, can you do all that on an APS-C body?
Absolutely, yeah. I can do that.
The right APS-C body. Yes.
Sorry. I got to throw APS-C in there. I'll get accused of clickbait.
And I'll tell you one thing, Chuck. I have a guy over here locally, and I won't give away names without asking him, but he shoots everything on APS-C. And he actually shoots, you're going to laugh at this, but he shoots on a Nikon D30, not 3100. What came after 3100? One of those things.
The 33, 3200.
Something like that.
33.
Yeah, it's one of those cheap ones. And then he has a D500. D500 and that. That's it. That's his wedding kit, right? And the guy makes so much freaking money. And people are like, buy mirrorless and this. And he's like, why, man? It's not broken. It works perfectly fine. I'm okay. I don't need a new one. And he makes a lot of money, but his images are just awesome, right? So it doesn't matter if it's full frame APS-C. Clients don't know shit.
Yeah,
they really don't. They just look at your work. How beautiful are your pictures? Now, if you're going to pitch things to your client and say, I'm a professional photographer, here's my portfolio on Instagram. No, walk in there with a freaking book, not an album, a book that tells a story about your work, printed work that they can touch. They can't touch anything on an iPad other than the screen.
Well, you're absolutely right. And you're going into the whole philosophy of teach people here. I get that.
Well,
I am.
well,
I know you don't like it. But...
No, I get it. I get it.
This generation is Instagram and websites.
This generation is going to suffer. I'll tell you one thing, because the amount of pictures you guys take today, and I say this to my son all the time, you, my friends, don't have any reference points of this work printed. Do you know right now there are over 1 billion pictures captured a day throughout the world on cell phones or whatever? Yep. You know how many are really going to make it past the next 10 years?
Who
Probably
knows?
less than 5% of them.
Sure.
Yep.
That's sick.
Yep. That's
It's
what I
really
was saying
sad.
before. And that's education for people too, but most will ignore it and don't care. I mean, it's honestly, and I've said it too. You know what? If you want to save your photos, then you need to print them, because that's the only safe bet you've got.
Check, you keep it 100.
Chuck, man, why can't you shoot Nikon? And I love you even more, man.
Check, But Vahagan, and Chuck, I'm gonna ask you two this, because y'all two, as far as I know, are the two veteran YouTubers that I have dealt with for the longest.
Who are you talking about?
What is Chuck and Vahagan?
Okay,
Chuck and
sure.
Don. Chuck and Don.
Amar's been
'Cause I
doing it
know-
longer, but anyway.
Who's been doing it
Absolutely.
longer?
But go ahead.
It's all
Go
good.
ahead. Amar.
Who? Oh,
Amar's
okay, I
been
didn't know
doing
that.
this. Yeah.
Amar. Okay, then I'll ask everybody. What's selling cameras right now, August the 3rd, 2022? What's selling cameras right now?
What do you mean?
Negativity.
Feature?
What?
Capability.
Probably
What's
YouTube,
selling? What's selling?
YouTube
What's moving
influencers.
cameras? What's moving cameras? Right now?
YouTube influencers.
It's not
Yeah.
just YouTube. They advertise on now
YouTube,
they've taken over Facebook.
TikTok users,
Yeah, TikTok, correct. Yeah.
Facebook
Social
users,
media, basically.
social
Yeah.
media.
Social media.
Just social media in general.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what's
And
moving.
what is it? And what is it? What is it? So Mosman said autofocus and video.
Right.
As far as capabilities, yes.
Capabilities, they all want like,
Well,
100
no.
frames a second.
Yeah, frames per second sells cameras. You're right.
That's
I mean, there are many things, and that's where the war begins between the brands. Why do manufacturers do that? They don't care.
I asked about the Z5 on the last live stream. I mean, this is about APS-C. These guys all beat me up because it only does 3 or 4 frames per second. No one wants to buy that.
I never beat you up.
Yes, you did. Remember that, Jeff?
Amar, remember what you just said. It's about this.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, see, I'm all for
Oh,
it. I shot one with the R7 like that. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Hey, Chuck. Amar,
Sir.
don't
That's
try
what
to
it's
run and
about.
hide. You did beat me up. Don't try to
Beautiful.
run and hide, Chuck. You did beat me. He's saying, yes, you did.
You did, man. You beat me up
What
with
do you mean?
the
Beat
Z5,
you up
man.
on what?
You're on the Z5, man. It was full frame too. It wasn't even DX like we're talking today.
Bam, bam, bam.
Oh, we don't talk about
What
specs.
is-
That's why we buy Sony anyway.
That's all we've talked about is specs. What do you mean we don't talk about specs?
That's why I bought the 2 Sonys because the specs were awesome.
And I'm not talking comparing with other brands. A lot of consumers do that. I'm just talking about specs within your own
Okay,
brand.
so for the record, guys, seriously, it's
Why does Fujifilm
I had
continue
to.
to
I had
It
a
looks like
really
a
hard
Fuji.
time.
Why does Fuji survive?
It looks like a
How the
Fuji.
heck does Fuji survive?
It's a cult, man. It's a
Because
cult.
Kay buys a new Fuji every week,
It's a
and he
cult.
keeps them in business.
Hey,
It's a cult. They put like that silver nail polish on that camera.
Fuji, Leica. I mean,
They
Oh,
keeps
you
them in
got to throw in
business.
Sure do keep them in business.
Hey Chuck, you're gonna love this, but Leica has a DX body as well.
do they? No
They
kidding.
do.
I'm glad you brought it back to DX. Go ahead.
Some of their DX cameras were made by Panasonic for them, and it's Panasonic Leica.
Okay.
That's right. They do.
Cool.
Yeah, you didn't know that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, they do. They actually do, and they're pretty good actually.
That's why I have all you guys in here. I don't know
You
anything.
remember a lot of the
Oh, okay. You started
Oh,
something.
that's
You
beautiful.
started
Remember a
something,
lot
Jeff.
of the R
You started something,
Leica
Jeff.
cameras
You
were
shot that
in
on the
conjunction
Z30
with
over there.
Minolta,
You
right?
shoot that on the
Did you get it
Z30.
on the? That's on the Z30.
But he's actually
moves
showing
at
it to
the
us on the
Z30.
Z30. That's correct.
Yeah, that's
Chuck,
cool.
Chuck, we don't mean keep your blood pressure under control, Chuck. Is that the Z30?
No, that's impossible. Don't worry about that. Let that go, man. I just let it go.
I got BJ Clements actually sent me an email. He's actually on the live stream. He's been on my channel for a long time.
That's
Yeah.
actually a
talking about-
D500 shot.
Oh my goodness!
I
man. Chuck
didn't
and
even
that
know. I
Z30
didn't even see him
boy.
on here actually.
Chuck is gonna, I'm afraid Chuck
amazing.
gonna have a stroke on live. Oh.
Hey, as long as it
Oh,
gets, as long as it gets views and subscriptions, I'm okay, man. I'll go right now.
Chuck, you got to look at what Long Rider posted.
Huh?
Look at what Long Rider wrote.
Hellbound Alliance.
Oh. Oh. Hey, Mark. I know you tried to call, but I already unhooked it from the Roadcaster. Sorry, man.
Stomach is hurting now.
Mark wants to chime in. He wants to defend Leica too.
Well, Hagen, just for you, I'm going to run down there. I'm going to grab the 1D bodies because I want to show it to you because you asked me.
You see what you guys started? Now it's going to be show and tell.
Actually, two of them. Actually,
Jeffrey started that.
Actually,
Chuck.
three
Jeffrey
of the ones
started
that.
that.
Yeah, he did.
That
Jeff started that.
3 of the ones that I have.
Let me see what I can find.
They're actually crop bodies, by the way. 3 of the 1D bodies were crop bodies.
Yeah,
My
well,
problem is-
Nikon.
My
Yeah,
problem is I
Nikon.
don't have any. My problem is I don't have any animals. I only have people.
Oh, nice. Nice.
That's my problem.
I'm looking around for something I can share with the class
You're gonna do
today.
picture war. That's it.
Look at that.
I'll do the
lunchtime.
birds. You do the people.
I'm
Bird
looking
people.
Jeffrey, is that called
Bird
lunchtime?
people.
I'm looking for something I can share with the class today. This is all I got handy is the
Yeah, I got one of
Sunday
those.
external
What's
drive.
that? The hard drive.
Look at
All I
that,
got is-
fantastic. Yeah,
That's
All I got is
beautiful,
all I got is a 50 millimeter from a D3.
There you go. That's nice.
that
No,
photo
Ron,
would be
you
so much
showing- you
better
showing-
with the Z9.
Ron, you're showing all old tech. You need to take that out, man. You need the new tech.
That photo would be so much better with the
If you would have
Z9.
shot it on the Z9, that girl would not even have the same complexion anymore.
It would.
Ooh.
You know, if you had, and Ron,
Hey, that's a
how did
good
you
one
do
for a
that
Fuji
without
guy.
eye autofocus? That's
my
impossible.
shot.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm making. I did
Yeah.
this on a 50 on a D3S in Mombasa, Kenya, without
you go.
eye autofocus. Without eye
Stop making that
autofocus.
point, Ron. He
Mombasa
don't like
Kenya is the
education.
hottest place on the planet.
Ron,
The
you're
road melts
educated.
every day.
Chuck don't like education. Don't do that.
I don't want no education. We don't need no education. That's going to become my theme song. You brought it up. That's going to become my theme song for the channel. We
Oh, you
don't
guys
need
are-
no education.
And make sure you put we don't own the rights to this music. Make sure you put that on
Exactly.
there.
Okay,
Exactly.
Ron, there's people in here
Yeah.
somewhere.
I'm gonna find it on story blocks next.
There's people in there somewhere.
Hey,
Behind
everybody-
all the grasses.
That's not enough resolution. Take it again.
Hey, Chuck. Hey, Chuck. Know what we
Yes,
ought to
sir.
do? One day, what we ought to do, guys? We ought to have all our photos before eye autofocus.
Yes.
And
before
just
I
do a
auto-
segment.
This is
Before
on
I
the Raleigh Flex.
Yes.
This is off the.
Chuck,
This
you
is
won't have a lot
120
to show
film
then.
on the Raleigh Flex.
Do what?
Chuck, then you won't have a lot to show with the challenge.
Yeah,
that
it's
Ron
exactly right, man. I had to wait until cameras progressed to that before I could even get into photography.
We don't need no education.
That shot I showed was before I autofocus.
You guys are crazy.
Oh my goodness!
I noticed that the viewers have dropped significantly since we all went nuts here.
No. Since we all
That's
started
okay.
talking about
That's
skills,
because we educated too much, man.
when we
That's
started
what-
talking about skills instead of talking about gear, that's when they dropped.
Yep.
They're about to
Yeah,
join
that's
my
right.
live stream to learn. No, I'm just kidding.
Man, you guys all having a good time over here.
We are, man. We don't see you, man. What's up, man?
This is
What,
great.
the camera broken?
Hey, I'm gonna be in the chats, but I'm gonna sign off.
Isn't NPS sending you a fixed one or something? Didn't your Z9 break?
No, man, the wires. I think it's an Apple wire. It
We hear you,
has
Tay.
its,
We hear you, Tay.
It's
expiration
not working.
date.
Blame it on Apple.
See that?
Yeah, I see that.
Hey,
Camera's
Tate,
on.
thanks for being in here, man. Yep, he's gone now.
Oh, this is great.
I mean,
Oh.
he took off. He took off real quick when the wife got home. He was like a
Yeah.
boom. Wow. He took
Me
off real
too.
fast, Tay.
Me too. When she comes down them steps, I know that's it.
I think she saw her picture being shown up there. Hey, what are you doing? Shut that thing off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
Anyway,
you
this
guys
has
are-
been great, man.
And my wife
Love
was
it.
like, come in here. It's like, is he still hoarding? Chuck, are you telling him to buy another camera? Yeah, Chuck, you're the problem, and I'm gonna tell Pooja that you're actually my problem, making me buy all this new tech that I don't need.
Yeah. You don't. Yeah. Tell just when you say that, say I bought it because I want it. Though
She called me a hoarder, man. That's not cool, man. I'm a collector.
This is the
I'm
second.
a hoarder.
Chuck,
I'm
this is the
a collector. Fine line between hoarding and collecting, there, buddy.
Chuck, this is the second live stream you've had that has gone bananas with jokes and laughter, man. This is the second one in a row, dude. That other one, I couldn't even get in, but I was crying. I was like behogging him on the. I was just in the chat, and I was crying. I was laughing so hard, man. Y'all were having too much fun.
Yeah, we
Oh, my
were.
God.
And you know, and I make that point for a reason earlier. I'll say it again. You know, we're all going to walk away from here still friends. not angry at each other.
We
And
we
we're
got to
all-
get together, guys. Let's find a central place, get together, and
Yeah.
and do a live stream. All of us sitting right there together and freaking just having fun.
Mhm.
That would be
WPPI.
WPPI. Yes, Verhagen.
When is it?
Or Imaging USA down in Nashville, guys.
Isn't there
What do you
one
think?
there, Photo Plus in New York, right? That's happening.
Yes, it's getting ready to happen in September.
You want?
Oh,
You guys
okay.
want to go there?
The end of September. It's no
At the
longer at
Javits
the
Center,
Javits
right?
Center. It's no longer at the Javits Center. It's
Where is it now, Chuck?
I'm trying to think. If T-Mid was in here, he'd tell us. I can't remember, but I'll find out. It's not Imaging USA. That's going to be in.
That's Nashville. Imaging is Nashville.
Yeah, that's going to be January in Nashville. WPPI is March in
Vegas.
Las Vegas. But this is the old Photo Plus. It's not called that now. I'm trying to remember what it's called. I can't remember what it's called now.
I think I got an email from them because I went to like one of them.
PDN? Is that called PDN or something like that? Is it?
I'm not sure.
Mosman said it's in Brooklyn.
Yeah,
No, is it in Brooklyn?
Yeah, I think it's not at the Javits Center anymore in the city in Manhattan. I'm trying to think
It's
of
for
where-
influencers, man. You don't want to go to that. WPPI.
Yeah,
It's the place to
I'd love
be.
to go to all of them. I think we are going to go to Imaging USA because it's in Nashville, so that just makes sense. Mom's happy to go there, and it's being held at the Opryland Hotel facility.
I'll definitely catch up with you at that one, Chuck.
Yeah.
That one rotates between Nashville, Atlanta, San Antonio, and the last one was in the harbor area over in DC area.
Okay.
But normally it's between San Antonio, Atlanta, and Nashville. Normally.
So, Ron, where
That's
are
what
you
it's-
located?
I'm in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh, you're in Alabama. I'm like in Washington D.C. area.
Yeah. But before COVID, Amar, I was in LA 3, 4, 5 times a year. I was always out in LA. I may be back in New York too. We're talking about a wedding piece in New York and some business portraits in New York. So we'll see, man. But when I'm there, I'm usually there 4 or 5 days, and 2 days are intense just work, just straight up 2.5 days of work, and then the third day might give me time off to just go around the city and hang out with people and things of that nature.
I think we should do it. We should plan it. Maybe New York is a fun place to do it. And I think Long Rider, you're there, and it's not too far for you, right, Chuck, from Connecticut?
Yeah, it's not too bad.
What's that drive, Chuck, for you?
Down to the city?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Were we talking about Nashville or Brooklyn?
No, in Brooklyn.
It's about an hour, and depending on the traffic, anywhere from an hour and 15 minutes to hour and 30, 40 minutes.
And how far are you from Boston itself?
About the same distance, or time-wise, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not the biggest East Coast guy, but I'm more West Coast, South, and Midwest. But I just didn't know, because I know I still want to go to B&H. I want to go do that I still want to cross that off on my bucket list. Even though I've been like 100 times, I still want to go one more time, just because it's B&H.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not driving you in my Benz. It's called an Uber. It's the safest way to travel. We'll be all dead. Long Rider is funny. Maybe we can rent another Benz to keep you happy. How about that? We can do that. We can get a
Hey,
nice
Rich.
Benz.
Yeah, I guess it is. I can't remember. It's been a few years since I was up. I drove up to Boston, so I can't remember. And yeah, you're right. Even if it's shorter distance, trying to travel the 84 corridor to get anywhere has become a nightmare. So I take it up and then jump over to 95 at some point. I can't remember the route, but yeah, you're probably right. Well, I'm sure you are if you made the statement.
D Moots, where are you located, sir?
I'm in Kansas, just out of Kansas City on the Kansas side.
And Amar, where are you?
I'm in the Washington D.C. area. I'm about 30 miles from Washington D.C.
So you're in the Beltway, huh?
Right by the Beltway, yeah.
And Jeff, where are you, Jeff?
Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think you're about 6.5 hours from me.
Yeah.
I think, from where I am. I think that's about 6.5, 7 hours. The Nashville convention, Mike, is January. I forgot which date. Chuck knows the date, but that's a really nice one, man.
All right, you guys.
It's not as big as WPPI though. It's not as big as WPPI.
Oh, WPPI is massive, man.
Yeah, WPPI is much bigger.
Chuck, we got to get Nikon and Sony and all those people to actually sponsor our access to WPPI.
Yeah, that'd be great. Then I have to
'Cause I
say
can
what
guarantee you,
want
out
to
of
say.
these live
Good luck with
streams,
that.
out of
Good
these
luck with
live
that.
streams and these videos,
Oh,
I don't even know
I'm-
how many cameras we end up selling, but it's a hell of a lot of cameras that people are buying off of them.
Hold
yeah,
on,
exactly.
hold on, guys. I'm sorry.
Let me see. I'm
I
looking
would just, me myself personally, having driven to California on business trips. I mean, not driven from Connecticut to California, but driven there once I got off the airplane. Scares the crap out of me driving.
Imaging
in
USA is January 22nd to the 24th.
Okay. 2 days.
Yep. And that's down out of the Opryland Hotel Conference Center. Of course, you can stay anywhere, but my wife wants to stay at the Opryland Hotel. I need a GPS to find my room. That place is huge.
Really?
Hey, Amar, what was that software that you were grabbing the stills from the 8K?
I use the Canon DPP software.
Oh, okay. It was a
Digital
Canon
Photo
software.
Professional by Canon, and it actually grabs because they know exactly their codecs.
Sure.
You can take it into Final Cut. I seem to get better results out of the Canon one because it shows me exactly on the bottom how many frames they are. It calculates everything for you.
Okay.
And then when it extracts, it lets me actually extract as a TIFF, which is raw.
Sure.
Then you can bring it into Lightroom, whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm about
I'll
to do a video soon where I'll be bringing it in, the TIFF file into Lightroom, edit that file through Topaz Denoise, and show you an extract out of a freaking video, a 4K video, on what you can do.
Yeah.
It's hard to
I
believe.
just did one in, and this may not be the best software. I don't know. I just did one in DaVinci Resolve because it allows
sure.
you
Sure.
to do that.
I'm sure it can do the same thing.
But it was a 4K video, and it came out pretty decent. And I'm sure it maybe it depends on where you grab it from, if it's a little sharper or not. I don't know. But
Yeah, if the software can see every frame that you took, if you're shooting all eye, which is without any skipping going on, see, when they start using those long op and those skipping type of codecs is when it gets kind of goofy, right? That is why Canon was always, beat around the bush. Oh, the files are so big. Well, they're big because they got freaking so much detail in them.
Yeah.
Right. So what did they do? They gave in, and now they give you this. Oh, I'm going to pick one here and then 10 frames down and another one down. So what does that do? Makes the file smaller.
Yeah.
Right. And to each its own. I'd rather have the higher quality, but hey, whatever makes people happy. So I always shoot at the highest setting. Try that on your Z9, and then extract. And I think you get awesome results.
Hey guys, I'm gonna shut this down. I'm gonna close this up. Tell them why, Amar. Why do I have to shut down? Look at the time.
You got to get ready for dinner.
That's right.
Yeah, I got to find out what I'm even doing.
I got to make supper. Exactly.
I might have to make supper too.
No, that's not a want. That's a need.
So far.
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't matter what I want. It's what I'm told I'm doing. There you go.
I might have to make grits tonight. I don't know.
Yeah.
That is so funny. His camera's overheating. That's what Mosman said to you.
Hey, it's been running fine ever since. I think I must have accidentally hit the record button. It definitely can't record and stream at the same time.
I got to tell you, your audio's on point. I mean, what do you guys think? I think his audio sounds great.
It's awesome. Yeah.
You need to be a sports announcer.
That's great. That is great. No, this was awesome. This was great.
Hey, Amar, thanks for jumping in here, man.
Oh,
and people that jump in and just jump out may think that we're at each other's throats, and they just don't understand. That's the great thing. Again, it's a great community, and I can't wait till you get up and running your live streams. I would love to come over and join you.
Yeah,
and absolutely. I promise
all
of
you guys come over there, and then we'll crap the fan over there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm getting there.
Hey, Ron, are you listening?
I'm
What's
with you.
is your website ronpollard.com?
It is.
Okay. I was just making sure I had the right one.
Yeah, it is.
Nice.
Doesn't it have his picture on there?
It probably, I don't see it anywhere.
He took it off. He had a guy with a Canon shoot it. That's why.
No. It was a guy
Yeah.
with a Sony.
What kind of camera are you
Sony,
using? I
huh?
can't hire you.
With a Sony. No, Canon, I don't mind. Fuji, I don't mind. Leica, I don't mind. Sony, I kind of mind.
I want to throw it around to you guys. Let you guys talk. Go ahead and plug your channel by all means. Absolutely do it. We'll start with you, David. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, thanks. This was great again, being in here with all you guys. I love it. D-Moots Photography, all one word on YouTube. I'm just a bird photographer, so don't hate me too much.
That's great.
I'm ronpollard.com. I haven't launched my YouTube yet, but I believe we're looking at Ron OK. I think that's where we're gonna go. I think that's where we're gonna go with it. Ron OK. All right.
Okay.
My middle name is Kenneth, right? So
All right.
we'll see.
Take it away, Jeffrey.
Well, you can see some of my goofy antics at Selective Imagery on YouTube. And it's mostly birds, but there's macro and lens comparisons and some silly stuff as well. And I'll be coming out with, I'm working on a real long video regarding different ways of stabilizing your images for video and different types of gear. And I'll probably have a couple actually, I don't want to say gear reviews, but I guess I'll call them stuff that I've bought and used and what I have found that I like or don't like about it, and what I'm learning as I go along this video journey, since I am mostly a stills shooter, but trying to improve my video, and it's costing me money and a little bit infuriating, but that's the way it is, and I'm going to share that with people. Hopefully in the next week. The video is going to take me a while to put together, but other than that, life is good, and that's all I got to say.
All right, brother. Amar.
All right. So many of you know me, but it's 247 Media Group, LLC.com is the site. You can check out some of the commercial work that we do. We're actually a legalized company that pays taxes for once. And we're also SWAM certified in the state of Virginia, which is a woman-owned business that's highly recognized by the state. We're also registered now in the state of Maryland as well. You can operate anywhere. But what is it that we do? We do a lot of commercial work. We do work with, like for Dance USA. Dance, it was, McDonald's, a lot of big corporations, right? And a lot of big nonprofits that we actually work with. To help them be able to get their work out, because a lot of photographers charge so much money that a lot of nonprofits can't afford it. But they want quality work too, and it's a business. Then over time, obviously you can charge whatever you want. So all I can tell you guys is, if you're going to, deal with external facing clients, you need to be very cognizant of how you're positioning yourself out there in the marketplace. Your gear is not going to land you the gig, but what you produce and what you can do for that client is right. So that's where the need versus want kicks in, even for the client, right? So they're looking at, do I really need a photographer? No, but I really want this guy because of the work that he does, and it's awesome, and it's going to be good for us, that kind of thing. So I just wanted to tie that back, Chuck, to sort of what we were talking about here, because every action that you have, that you do, there are repercussions to it, right? So always put your best work out there. Please print. Once you start printing more and more and more, you'll get a better understanding of what you're doing. What you see on the screen and what comes out of that printer are two different things, right? And they shouldn't be if you got the right ICC profile loaded. And see, again, it's back to the education piece.
I know,
but it's very important.
I'm just letting you go. Because it is good info.
Check out the information, guys, and check out these websites, right? And look at the work, right, of the people that are actually up here, and then make your decision whether it's something that you want to listen to someone or not, right? So that works. Your work should speak for itself, right? And clients are not going to hire you, especially if you're not delivering on what you said you're going to do. So just keep that in mind.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. They should be able to look at a portfolio and decide that your style is what they want.
Right.
So you're right. Put your best foot forward when you're doing that to attract clients. All right. Hey, guys, I was just reminded, and I'm glad somebody reminded me. I had it written down, and I looked over after I saw his reminder that we've got the photo review coming up Saturday night. That's Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to do a photo review. Right now, I have, I think, 9 photos. I haven't checked my email to see if there are any more that have come in. So you guys want to, if you haven't already sent a photo, by all means do. If you want to be in the review, it's going to be an opportunity to showcase what you're doing, and it gives us all a good chance to talk about what's going on in the community, all the different things that people are shooting out there. I think we'll have a good time doing it. So you just send that to chuckomail at yahoo.com. Let me throw it up here real quick as I talk our way out of this. Send it to my email, and I will put yours in the folder, and we will talk about it Saturday night. No theme, no whatever. You choose a photo you want to submit. Just make sure that it's at least 2048 pics on the long side, 2048 pixels on the long side. So that gives us plenty of room. We can fill the screen with your photo, and we'll go at it. Don't feel bad about, if you just want to get a feel for what you're doing and see how people, see what everybody else thinks about it, then drop a photo in. No harsh critiques or anything like that. We're just going to talk photography, and I'm sure it's going to spur a lot of comments and talk about lighting, which we want to talk about, and things like that, composition, lighting, and all those fundamentals. And that's what maybe this is best for. All right. That said, I think that's about all the info that I wanted to cover. And, I just want to thank all of you for being in here, the guest hosts that are on here. I want to let everybody know there's my email. If you feel like you want to be a guest host and be in here in the panel sometimes, then send me an email and let me know. And we'll be sure to get you on. Albert, he dropped a comment right before I was getting ready to sign off. And I hope he gets his stream going because I think you guys will be interested in some of the things that he's doing. And that's what we're all about here. Busting each other's chops when we're in here, trying to educate people. See there, I said it. Trying to educate people and just having a good time. So I hope everybody had a good time. If you like what you see and you want to be part of this community, then consider subscribing. And I'd appreciate it. Anybody that's in that hasn't dropped a like, it just motivates me to keep doing it. Not that I need a lot of motivation. You guys keep me motivated.
Charles had a question for you before you leave. He says he needs to know what he needs to be on live stream, I guess.
Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Charles needs the latest camera. You need to have the latest camera, otherwise you need a
Z9. You don't need it. You want a Z9 so you can stream.
We're joking, Charles. It's just you just gotta be living, breathing, excited about just life, man.
Just get Charles, all you need is one of these.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one.
Charles, you can actually do it with the on your desktop or laptop computer with the camera that's built in. I mean, providing that you have a laptop or desktop with a built-in camera. You can also do it on your phone or an iPad, believe it or not. It's just a matter of clicking the link that I send out for Restream, and it runs in your browser, so there's nothing you have to download or anything like that. But you're more than welcome to join us sometime if you'd like to. And big shout to Mr. Vahagan of Vahography. I'm sure anybody that's on my channel knows Vahagan, but let's throw it out there for people that might be running through and don't know. Vahography has a channel on YouTube, big channel on YouTube. And you know what? If you guys, anybody that's in here hasn't gone over and checked out, and I know he doesn't want me to plug something. He wants to plug what he's doing with video and everything. But I got to tell you, the Questions to Random Strangers About Photography is a great series he's got going right now. And there are 2 videos up about that. And I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to love it. It's hilarious. And it has a lot to do with our new interviewer, TV host, Mr. Mozman, who is on there actually asking the questions to the strangers. But if you want to have a good chuckle, you want to have a good laugh and have something that's photography related, then jump over to Vahagan's channel and check out those 2 videos. Check out all his videos. Subscribe, like what you find over there as well. And everybody else that's in the panel. Anybody got any last minute say or anything before we close it out?
Get out and shoot. Just get out there and shoot, baby.
Thank you. All you guys were wonderful.
It was
Thank
great.
you. It's been
Well,
fun.
thank you for hosting.
Happy shooting.
You're all
fellas.
welcome. You're all welcome, and I thank you. Greg, you can send a bird photo, no problem. I know you're just busting my chops, but I already have several bird photos. So you might want to take something else to get out of that crowd.
All right. I'm going to resubmit a different photo.
Be careful. Be careful who you choose to associate with.
No, it's going to
be rough on us birders Saturday night.
Yeah, I might have to retract my photo. I think I'll have to take it back.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Roy's talking about it. All I have to do, Charles, is send you that link. Just let me know the night or day you want to be in here, and I'll send you the link, and you're welcome to join, brother.
So I'm going to wait for this go around on the pictures, how badly you guys scrutinize them. Then I'll submit next time.
All right. I don't blame you if all you got's an R7.
I just want to get a taste of how bad Nikon can get, I just want to see.
I figured that's why you were abstaining, because you
man, I'm just a bystander just looking in, man,
Here we go.
Ron, if you think the Z5 is still good, let me know. I don't trust Chuck's response. He told me it was a piece of crap.
Oh, man. You guys are too much. All
We
right,
you,
folks. It looks like everybody else is starting to leave in the audience, but thanks again, gentlemen. I had an absolutely great time. I love you guys. God bless you all, and we'll see you all Saturday night for the photo review.
Awesome.
All right.
Sounds good. Take care.
Take it easy.
Thanks, Wagon.